Chapter 1. The Ancient Roots, Time in Myth and Early Philosophy. Welcome to our gentle exploration of one of humanity's most enduring mysteries, the nature of time itself. As you settle into this peaceful journey through the ancient wisdom of our ancestors, allow your mind to drift along the flowing currents of thought that have carried human understanding for thousands of years. Tonight we begin at the very beginning, where myth meets philosophy, and where the first stirrings of temporal consciousness emerged from the depths of human imagination. In the soft twilight between sleeping and waking, between the known and the unknown, we find ourselves walking alongside the earliest thinkers who dared to question the very fabric of existence. What is time? How does it move? Does it move at all? These questions, whispered by ancient voices across millennia, still echo in our modern consciousness, as relevant today as they were when first spoken beneath star-filled skies in ancient Greece, Egypt, and the fertile valleys of Mesopotamia. The story of time begins not with clocks or calendars, but with stories themselves. Long before philosophers constructed elaborate theories about temporal flow, human beings created myths to explain the rhythms they observed in the world around them. The rising and setting of the sun, the changing phases of the moon, the eternal cycle of seasons, birth and death, growth and decay. All of these natural phenomena demanded explanation, and our ancestors found their answers in the rich tapestry of mythological thought. Consider, if you will, the ancient Egyptian understanding of time, embodied in their complex mythology of creation and renewal. The Egyptians perceived time as fundamentally cyclical, an endless wheel of becoming and dissolution. Their god Ra traveled across the sky each day, dying each evening only to be reborn with the dawn. This wasn't merely a story about the sun's movement. It was a profound meditation on the nature of temporal existence itself. Time, for the Egyptians, wasn't a straight line leading from past to future, but rather a spiral, returning always to familiar patterns while subtly advancing toward some greater cosmic purpose. The concept of cyclical time appears again and again in ancient cultures, each civilization adding its own unique perspective to this fundamental insight. In the Hindu tradition, we encounter the magnificent concept of the kalpas, vast cosmic cycles spanning billions of years, during which the universe itself is created, sustained, and destroyed, only to begin again in an endless dance of temporal rhythm. These cycles, known as the days and nights of Brahma, suggest a time so vast that human existence becomes but a fleeting moment within an incomprehensibly larger pattern. Within these great cycles, Hindu philosophy describes smaller temporal rhythms, the four yugas or ages, beginning with the golden Satya Yuga, when truth and virtue reign supreme, and gradually declining through the Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga, and finally the Kali Yuga, our current age of darkness and confusion. Yet even this decline is not permanent. When the Kali Yuga ends, the cycle begins anew with another golden age. Time, in this understanding, is neither progress nor decay, but both, woven together in an eternal pattern of cosmic breathing. The Greeks, those magnificent architects of Western philosophy, brought their own distinctive perspective to the mystery of time. Unlike the cyclical visions of Egypt and India, Greek thought began to develop a more complex relationship with temporality, one that would eventually give birth to linear conceptions of time, while never fully abandoning the cyclical insights of their predecessors. In the beginning was chaos, according to Hesiod's theogony, that primordial void from which all things emerged. But what interests us here is how the Greeks understood the emergence of time itself from this original formlessness. Kronos, the Titan whose name gives us our word chronology, was both the god of time and the father who devoured his own children. This was a powerful mythological image, suggesting that time itself consumes everything it creates. Yet the Greek understanding of time was never simple or singular. They distinguished between two different types of temporal experience: chronos and kairos. Chronos represented quantitative time, the measurable sequence of moments that we might mark on a calendar or clock. Kairos, by contrast, was qualitative time, the right time, the opportune moment, the pregnant instant, when possibility becomes actuality. This distinction reveals a sophisticated understanding that time is not merely duration, but also significance, not just sequence, but meaning. As we drift deeper into the philosophical currents of ancient Greece, we encounter the pre-Socratic thinkers, those bold pioneers who first attempted to understand the cosmos through reason rather than myth alone. Here, in the fragments that survive from their teachings, we find the earliest systematic attempts to grapple with time's essential nature. Heraclitus of Ephesus, known for his famous declaration that one cannot step into the same river twice, offers us a vision of reality as pure process, pure becoming. For Heraclitus, time is not something in which change occurs, rather time is change itself. Everything flows, pantere, and this flowing is not merely temporal, but constitutes the very essence of existence. The river is never the same, because it is always flowing. We are never the same, because we are always becoming. Time, in this view, is not a container holding events, but the dynamic process by which one moment transforms into the next. This insight into time as process leads Heraclitus to his doctrine of the unity of opposites. Day becomes night, summer becomes winter, youth becomes age, not as separate states connected by time, but as aspects of a single flowing reality in which opposition itself generates temporal movement. Time emerges from tension, from the creative conflict between opposing forces that drives the cosmic process forward. Yet even as Heraclitus celebrated the flowing nature of time, his contemporary Parmenides of Elea was developing a radically different perspective that would challenge temporal thinking for millennia to come. In his philosophical poem On Nature, Parmenides argued that change itself is impossible, that reality must be eternal, unchanging, and complete. If something truly exists, he reasoned, it cannot have come into being, for then it would have emerged from non-being, which is impossible, nor can it pass away, for then it would cease to exist, which is equally impossible. This reasoning led Parmenides to a startling conclusion. Time itself must be an illusion. What we experience as temporal flow, as the passage from past through present to future, cannot be ultimately real. True being is timeless, eternal, whole. The world of becoming that we inhabit through our senses is merely appearance, a kind of cosmic dream from which philosophy might awaken us. The conflict between these two visions, Heraclitean becoming and Parmenidean being, would echo through Western philosophy for centuries. Is reality fundamentally temporal, a world of process and change? Or is time merely the veil that conceals eternal, unchanging truth? This tension reaches deep into the heart of temporal experience, touching something profound about the human condition itself. Zeno of Elea, student of Parmenides, developed his famous paradoxes partly to support his teacher's vision of timeless being. The paradox of Achilles and the tortoise, in which the swift-footed hero can never quite catch up to his slow-moving competitor, suggests that motion itself, and, by extension, temporal passage, may be logically impossible. If space and time are infinitely divisible, Zeno argued, then any motion from one point to another would require completing an infinite series of tasks, which seems impossible. These paradoxes weren't merely clever logical games, but serious attempts to understand the relationship between mathematical reasoning and temporal experience. They reveal deep problems in how we conceptualize the relationship between continuity and discreteness, between the mathematical and the experiential, between time as measured and time as lived. As Greek philosophical thinking matured, we encountered Democritus, the great atomist, who offered yet another perspective on time's nature. For Democritus, reality consists entirely of atoms moving in void. Time, in this view, becomes the measure of atomic motion, the framework within which particles combine and separate to form the complex structures we observe. This mechanistic vision of time as the parameter of physical change would prove remarkably prescient, anticipating later scientific developments by more than 2 millennia. But it was Aristotle, the great synthesizer of Greek thought, who provided the most systematic and influential analysis of time in the ancient world. In his physics, Aristotle grappled seriously with the puzzles his predecessors had raised, while attempting to develop a coherent account that could do justice both to logical analysis and to lived experience. Aristotle began by noting that time presents us with a fundamental paradox. Time consists of past, present, and future. But the past no longer exists. The future does not yet exist, and the present, that knife edge between past and future, seems to have no duration at all. If the present has no temporal extension, and past and future are non-existent, then time itself appears to be nothing. Yet clearly time is something, for we experience its passage constantly. This led Aristotle to his famous definition. Time is the number of motion with respect to before and after. Time, in other words, is not motion itself, but the aspect of motion that allows us to distinguish earlier from later, to count sequences, to measure duration. Without motion, there would be no time. Without time, motion would be inconceivable. They are distinct but inseparable aspects of physical reality. This definition resolved several philosophical problems while raising others. Against Parmenides, it showed how time could be real without being a thing in itself. Time exists as an aspect of change, not as an independent entity. Against pure Heraclitean flux, it provided a stable framework for understanding temporal relationships. Time may be the measure of change, but measurement itself requires some kind of regularity, some recurring patterns against which other changes can be compared. Aristotle's analysis also introduced the crucial insight that time requires consciousness. While motion exists in the physical world, time as the numbered aspect of motion requires a mind capable of counting, comparing, and measuring. This doesn't make time subjective. The motions that time measures are objective features of reality, but it does suggest that temporal awareness emerges only with the kind of rational consciousness that can recognize patterns and sequences. The question of time's relationship to eternity also occupied Aristotle's attention. Unlike Plato, who distinguished sharply between the temporal world of becoming and the eternal realm of being, Aristotle argued that time itself might be eternal. If motion is eternal, if there was never a first motion and will never be a last, then time too must be without beginning or end. This wasn't the timeless eternity of Parmenides, but eternal temporality, time stretching infinitely in both directions. This vision of eternal time raised profound questions about causation and explanation. If time has no beginning, then the chain of causes and effects stretches infinitely into the past. But how can we understand the existence of anything if its causal history has no ultimate starting point? This puzzle would later motivate medieval philosophers to argue for the necessity of a temporal beginning, a first moment of creation. Aristotle's treatment of time also addressed practical questions about measurement and calendars. How do we establish standard units of temporal duration? How do we coordinate different local times into universal systems? These concerns connect philosophical analysis to the everyday human need to organize temporal experience, to schedule activities, to coordinate social life. The influence of Aristotelian temporal theory extended far beyond philosophy into astronomy, physics, and theology. His vision of time as the measure of motion became foundational for medieval science, while his arguments about eternal time sparked centuries of debate about creation and cosmology. Even today, aspects of Aristotelian temporal analysis remain relevant to discussions in physics and philosophy of science. Yet Aristotle's account also contained tensions and ambiguities that later thinkers would exploit. If time requires consciousness to count motion, what about times and places where no conscious beings exist? Can there be time without minds to measure it? And what exactly is the relationship between subjective temporal experience, the felt passage of moments, and objective temporal measurement? These questions would prove crucial for later developments in temporal philosophy. As we move beyond the classical Greek period, we encounter the rich philosophical traditions of Hellenistic schools, each adding new dimensions to temporal understanding. The Stoics developed a sophisticated account of time that emphasized its relationship to cosmic cycles. According to Stoic cosmology, the universe periodically returns to exactly the same state, with every detail repeated precisely. This eternal recurrence gave time a cyclical structure on the largest scale while maintaining linear progression within each cosmic cycle. The Stoic doctrine of eternal recurrence raised fascinating questions about personal identity and moral responsibility. If everything repeats exactly, are we the same persons in each cycle, or different individuals who happen to be qualitatively identical? Does moral action retain its significance if the same choices will be made again and again throughout eternity? These puzzles reveal deep connections between temporal metaphysics and ethics that continue to challenge philosophers today. Epicurean philosophy offered a contrasting vision, emphasizing the finitude and preciousness of temporal existence. For Epicurus and his followers, human life unfolds within a limited span that gives urgency and meaning to our choices. Unlike the Stoics, who saw temporal existence as embedded within eternal cosmic patterns, the Epicureans emphasized the unique, unrepeatable character of individual temporal experience. This Epicurean emphasis on temporal finitude connected to their broader philosophical project of achieving happiness through the intelligent pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. Time becomes precious precisely because it is limited. The wise person learns to savor present moments while planning thoughtfully for the future and maintaining philosophical detachment from past regrets. The skeptical schools raised their own distinctive questions about temporal knowledge. How can we be certain that our temporal experiences correspond to objective temporal reality? Perhaps what we take to be memory of the past is merely present illusion. Perhaps what we anticipate as future is groundless fantasy. These skeptical challenges forced defenders of temporal realism to articulate more carefully the grounds for believing in objective temporal passage. As Greek philosophy developed, it also encountered and absorbed influences from other cultural traditions. The conquest of Alexander the Great opened new channels of communication between Greek and Eastern thought, leading to fascinating syntheses and cross-pollinations. Neoplatonic philosophers like Plotinus would later develop sophisticated accounts of time that drew inspiration from both Greek logical analysis and Eastern meditative insights. Plotinus distinguished between time and eternity in a way that reflected both Platonic metaphysics and direct spiritual experience. Eternity, for Plotinus, is not everlasting time but a mode of being that transcends temporal succession entirely. Time emerges when eternal being unfolds itself into multiplicity, creating the realm of change and development that we inhabit through embodied existence. This Plotinian vision influenced both Christian theology and Islamic philosophy, providing conceptual tools for thinking about divine eternity and temporal creation. How can an eternal God act within time? How can temporal beings participate in eternal truth? These questions, first articulated in ancient philosophical contexts, would prove central to medieval religious thought. The ancient period also witnessed the development of sophisticated mathematical approaches to temporal problems. Greek geometers and astronomers created increasingly precise models for predicting celestial motions, establishing regular temporal cycles that could serve as universal standards for measuring duration. The work of Hipparchus, Ptolemy, and others created the foundations for scientific chronometry that would eventually culminate in modern physics. Yet even as ancient thinkers developed mathematical tools for temporal measurement, they remained aware that lived temporal experience often differs dramatically from measured time. Moments of intense joy or suffering seem to last forever or pass in an instant. Periods of boredom stretch endlessly, while engaging activities compress hours into apparent minutes. This gap between experienced time and measured time raised questions about which should be considered more fundamental. Some ancient philosophers suggested that experienced time reveals something important about consciousness itself. The fact that temporal awareness varies with attention, emotion, and activity indicates that temporality is not merely an external framework, but an essential structure of mental life. This insight would prove crucial for later phenomenological investigations of temporal consciousness. Ancient medical writers also contributed to temporal understanding through their observations of biological rhythms. The recognition that health involves proper temporal coordination, that fever disrupts natural cycles, that healing requires time, that aging follows predictable patterns, suggested that temporality is not merely a framework for describing change, but an active principle governing biological processes. These medical insights connected to broader ancient interests in the relationship between microcosm and macrocosm, between individual human temporality and cosmic temporal cycles. The idea that human health depends on harmony with larger temporal rhythms would influence everything from agricultural practices to political theory. Ancient legal and political thought also grappled with temporal questions. How do past actions create present obligations? What is the temporal scope of legitimate authority? How should societies balance respect for tradition with the need for innovation? These practical questions required sophisticated thinking about temporal relationships and their moral significance. The ancient world's approaches to these questions varied considerably across different cultural contexts. Some societies emphasized continuity with ancestral wisdom. Others prioritized adaptation to changing circumstances. These differences reflected deeper disagreements about whether time should be understood primarily as preservation or transformation, as the guardian of valuable traditions, or the creator of new possibilities. As we reach the end of our survey of ancient temporal philosophy, we can appreciate the remarkable richness and diversity of early human thinking about time. From mythological accounts of cosmic cycles, to sophisticated logical analyses of temporal paradoxes, from practical concerns about measurement and coordination, to profound questions about the relationship between time and consciousness, ancient thinkers established many of the fundamental questions that continue to occupy philosophers today. The legacy of ancient temporal philosophy extends far beyond academic history. The tensions between cyclical and linear time, between time as process and time as measure, between experienced time and mathematical time, continue to shape how we understand everything from personal identity to cosmic evolution. The ancient insight that time raises fundamental questions about the nature of existence itself remains as relevant today as it was to the first philosophers who wondered about the relationship between permanence and change. Perhaps most importantly, ancient temporal philosophy established the recognition that thinking about time requires both rigorous logical analysis and careful attention to lived experience. Neither mathematical abstraction nor pure subjectivity alone can capture time's full reality. Understanding temporality requires integrating multiple perspectives and remaining open to the deep mysteries that time presents to human consciousness. As we conclude this gentle exploration of ancient temporal wisdom, we can rest in the knowledge that we have traced some of the deepest currents of human thought. The questions our ancestors asked about time continue to pulse through contemporary philosophy, science, and everyday life. In learning about their insights and struggles, we connect ourselves to a tradition of inquiry that spans millennia, a conversation about time that is itself embedded in the very temporality it seeks to understand. Tomorrow, as we continue our journey through the philosophy of time, we will see how medieval thinkers built upon these ancient foundations, while introducing new perspectives drawn from religious experience and theological reflection. But for now, let the ancient voices speak their gentle wisdom into the peaceful darkness, carrying us towards sleep on the eternal currents of time itself. Chapter 2. Temporalities in World Cultures. Welcome to this gentle exploration of how different cultures across our beautiful planet have understood, measured, and lived with time. As you settle into this peaceful journey through the rich tapestry of human temporal experience, allow your mind to wander across continents and centuries, discovering the remarkable diversity of ways that people have organized their lives around the rhythms of time. Tonight we step away from the abstract philosophical questions that occupied our ancient thinkers and immerse ourselves in the lived reality of temporal experience across cultures. Here, in the soft space between sleep and learning, we will discover that time is not simply a universal constant ticking away uniformly everywhere, but rather a deeply cultural phenomenon that shapes and is shaped by the values, beliefs, and daily practices of different societies. Imagine, if you will, a world where appointments are not fixed points but fluid suggestions, where the completion of a task matters more than the time it takes, where the past lives so vividly in the present that yesterday and today blend seamlessly together. For many cultures around the world, this is not imagination but daily reality, revealing profound differences in how human beings can relate to temporal flow. The distinction between what anthropologists call event time and clock time offers us our first gentle entry into this rich cultural landscape. In clock-time societies, primarily found in Western industrialized nations, time is treated as a precise, measurable resource that can be saved, spent, wasted, or managed. Schedules dominate daily life, punctuality becomes a moral virtue, and efficiency is often prized above all other considerations. But step into an event-time culture, and you enter a completely different temporal universe. Here, activities unfold according to their own natural rhythms, rather than external constraints. A meeting begins when the right people arrive and the proper conditions are met, not when the clock strikes a predetermined hour. A ceremony continues until its purpose is fulfilled, whether that takes 30 minutes or 3 hours. Time serves the event, rather than the event serving time. Consider the gentle wisdom of many African cultures, where the Swahili concept of pole, slowly, reflects a fundamentally different relationship with temporal urgency. In these societies, rushing is often seen as disrespectful to both the task at hand and the people involved. The emphasis falls on doing things well rather than doing things quickly, on maintaining relationships rather than optimizing schedules. This perspective emerges from deeper cultural values about what makes life meaningful. Where Western clock-time cultures often prioritize productivity and efficiency, many event-time cultures prioritize community, relationship, and the quality of experience. Time becomes not a scarce resource to be hoarded, but an abundant medium through which human connection can flourish. The contrast becomes even more striking when we examine punctuality across cultures. In Germany or Switzerland, arriving 5 minutes late to an appointment might be considered rude and disrespectful. The precise coordination of time allows complex societies to function smoothly, enabling everything from public transportation to business meetings to operate with remarkable efficiency. Yet travel to many parts of Latin America, Africa, or the Pacific Islands, and you may discover that on time means something entirely different. What outsiders might perceive as chronic lateness often reflects a more flexible understanding of temporal commitment. Relationships take precedence over schedules, and the quality of presence matters more than the punctuality of arrival. This flexibility often extends to what anthropologists call polychronic versus monochronic approaches to time. Monochronic cultures, typically found in Northern Europe and North America, prefer to focus on one task at a time, moving through activities in linear sequence. Planning is detailed, and schedules are sacred. Interruptions are discouraged because they disrupt the orderly flow of predetermined activities. Polychronic cultures, by contrast, embrace multiple simultaneous activities and welcome interruptions as opportunities for human connection. A business meeting might pause to accommodate a family member who drops by, or work might stop to share tea with a neighbor. Rather than seeing these interruptions as inefficient, polychronic cultures view them as the natural rhythm of social life. The roots of these different temporal orientations often trace back to the fundamental economic and social structures of different societies. Agricultural communities, for instance, naturally develop rhythms tied to seasons, weather, and natural cycles rather than mechanical clocks. The farmer plants when the soil is ready, harvests when the crops are ripe, and rests when weather makes outdoor work impossible. Time serves the natural world rather than abstract measurement. Industrial societies, by contrast, require the precise coordination of human activities on a massive scale. Factory production, urban transportation, and complex commercial transactions all depend on shared temporal standards. The development of standardized time zones, uniform work schedules, and precise timekeeping became essential for industrial civilization to function effectively. These economic foundations help explain why temporal cultures often correlate with broader patterns of social organization. Societies that emphasize individual achievement and competitive success tend to develop more rigid temporal structures, while cultures that prioritize community cohesion and collective well-being often maintain more flexible approaches to time. Let us journey now to the indigenous cultures of North America, where we find some of the most distinctive approaches to temporality in human experience. Many Native American tribes conceive of time as fundamentally circular rather than linear, with past, present, and future existing simultaneously in an eternal now. The Hopi language, famously studied by linguist Benjamin Lee Whorf, contains no words that directly correspond to our Western notions of past and future, instead describing events in terms of their relationship to present awareness. This circular temporality reflects deeper spiritual beliefs about the interconnectedness of all existence. Ancestors are not gone, but continue to participate in present life through ceremony, memory, and ongoing influence. Future generations are not abstract possibilities, but present responsibilities that shape current decisions. Time becomes not a line stretching from past to future, but a sacred circle encompassing all of existence. The implications of circular time extend into every aspect of life, from decision-making processes that consider 7 generations into the future, to healing practices that address not just present symptoms but ancestral traumas and future consequences. Stories and teachings are not historical artifacts, but living wisdom that speaks directly to contemporary challenges. Similarly, profound temporal insights emerge from Aboriginal Australian cultures, where the concept of dream time describes a realm that exists both before creation and in every present moment. Dreamtime is not a mythological past, but an eternal dimension of reality accessible through ceremony, art, and proper relationship with the land. The ancestors who shaped the landscape continue to be present in every rock, tree, and water source, making the past a living part of contemporary experience. This Aboriginal understanding challenges Western assumptions about the fixity of historical time. Events in Dreamtime are not confined to a distant past, but continue to unfold in the present, creating ongoing responsibilities for maintaining proper relationships with country, community, and spirit beings. Time becomes not a container holding separate events, but a dynamic web of relationships that connects all aspects of existence. The practical implications of these different temporal orientalities become clear when we examine how different cultures approach planning and decision-making. Western business culture often emphasizes strategic planning, precise forecasting, and detailed project timelines. Success is measured by the ability to predict and control future outcomes through careful temporal management. Yet in many indigenous cultures, planning is understood as a form of relationship building with uncertain futures rather than an attempt to control outcomes. Decisions are made through extended consultation processes that may take weeks or months, ensuring that all voices are heard and all relationships are honored. The time invested in proper process is seen as essential for achieving outcomes that serve the entire community. These different approaches to planning reflect deeper philosophical differences about the nature of causation and human agency. Western linear thinking tends to assume that present actions directly cause future results, making detailed planning both possible and necessary. Circular and cyclical thinking recognizes that outcomes emerge from complex webs of relationship that cannot be fully predicted or controlled, making adaptability and responsiveness more important than precise planning. The rhythms of ritual and ceremony also reveal profound cultural differences in temporal experience. In many cultures, ceremonies are not scheduled events but emerge organically when conditions are right. A healing ceremony might begin when the healer feels called to work, when the patient is ready to receive help, and when the community can gather to provide support. The timing emerges from the needs of the situation rather than external scheduling constraints. These ceremonial rhythms often follow natural cycles that connect human community to larger cosmic patterns. The Jewish Sabbath creates a weekly rhythm of rest and reflection that interrupts the ordinary flow of work and commerce. Islamic prayer times divide each day into 5 periods of spiritual attention, creating a temporal structure organized around divine relationship rather than human productivity. Hindu and Buddhist festival cycles follow lunar calendars that maintain connection to astronomical rhythms often lost in solar calendar systems. These celebrations create temporal landmarks that give meaning and structure to the passage of years, while connecting communities to cycles larger than individual human life. The experience of these ritual rhythms differs dramatically from secular scheduling. Rather than interrupting ordinary time, ceremonies create sacred time that transforms the quality of temporal experience itself. Minutes may feel like hours during deep meditation, while elaborate festivals can make entire days pass like moments. Sacred time operates according to different laws than ordinary time, prioritizing depth and meaning over duration and efficiency. Language itself shapes temporal experience in ways that become visible only through cross-cultural comparison. While English uses three basic tenses, past, present, future, other languages create far more nuanced temporal distinctions. Some languages distinguish between recent and distant past, between certain and uncertain future, between completed and ongoing actions, between witnessed and reported events. The Aymara people of the Andes conceptualize time in a way that reverses Western assumptions about past and future. For Aymara speakers, the past is in front because it can be known and seen, while the future is behind because it remains unknown and invisible. This linguistic structure reflects a fundamentally different relationship to temporal knowledge and planning. Similarly, many African languages make distinctions between different types of present time that English cannot easily capture. There might be separate words for the immediate present, the extended present that includes recent past and near future, and the eternal present of mythic time. These linguistic distinctions both reflect and shape different ways of experiencing temporal flow. The implications of these linguistic differences extend beyond mere vocabulary to shape fundamental patterns of thought and behavior. Cultures with rich future tense systems may find it easier to engage in long-term planning, while cultures that emphasize present-focused grammar may be more attuned to immediate environmental conditions and social dynamics. Work rhythms provide another fascinating window into cultural temporality. The Western concept of work-life balance assumes a fundamental separation between productive time and personal time, with clear boundaries marking the transition between professional and private temporal spheres. The 8-hour workday, the 5-day workweek, and the annual vacation all reflect this compartmentalized approach to temporal organization. Yet in many cultures, work and life flow together in integrated rhythms that resist such rigid separation. Traditional craftspeople often work according to seasonal rhythms, project cycles, and family needs rather than fixed schedules. Farming communities organize time around natural cycles of planting, growing, and harvesting that cannot be compressed into standard work weeks. Even within industrial societies, different cultural groups maintain distinctive approaches to work rhythm. Some cultures emphasize intense periods of focused effort, followed by extended rest, while others prefer steady, moderate paces maintained over longer periods. These preferences reflect deeper values about the relationship between human energy and productive output. The rise of global business has created fascinating tensions between different temporal cultures as companies attempt to coordinate activities across multiple time zones and cultural contexts. Conference calls that accommodate participants from New York, London, Tokyo, and Sydney must navigate not only clock time differences, but fundamentally different approaches to meeting structure, decision-making processes, and follow-up expectations. These cross-cultural business interactions often reveal hidden assumptions about temporal propriety that each culture takes for granted. Americans might prefer quick decisions and immediate action items, while Germans value thorough preparation and detailed documentation. Japanese participants might expect extended consensus-building processes, while Brazilians prioritize relationship building over task completion. The digital age has introduced new complexities to cross-cultural temporal coordination. Email, instant messaging, and video conferencing create expectations of immediate response that may conflict with local temporal norms. A culture that values reflective consideration before responding may struggle with communication technologies designed for rapid exchange. Yet these same technologies also create opportunities for new forms of temporal flexibility. Remote work arrangements allow people to maintain local temporal rhythms while participating in global economic networks. Digital nomads create lifestyle patterns that combine elements from multiple temporal cultures, working during productive hours while adapting to local social rhythms. The measurement of time itself reveals profound cultural differences that extend far beyond simple calendar variations. While most of the world now uses the Gregorian calendar for official purposes, many cultures maintain traditional calendar systems for religious, agricultural, or ceremonial purposes. The Chinese calendar combines solar and lunar cycles in complex patterns that create different temporal rhythms than purely solar systems. Islamic calendar months follow lunar cycles that gradually shift relative to solar seasons, creating temporal patterns that emphasize the independence of religious time from agricultural time. Jewish calendar years vary in length to maintain alignment between lunar months and solar seasons, reflecting sophisticated mathematical thinking about the relationship between different natural cycles. These traditional calendar systems often encode cultural knowledge about optimal timing for various activities. Traditional Chinese medicine includes elaborate systems for identifying auspicious times for medical treatment based on seasonal cycles, lunar phases, and individual constitutional factors. Ayurvedic medicine similarly coordinates treatment timing with natural rhythms to optimize healing effectiveness. Agricultural communities worldwide have developed sophisticated temporal knowledge about optimal planting, harvesting, and storage times, based on detailed observation of local environmental cycles. This traditional ecological knowledge often surpasses modern scientific understanding in its practical effectiveness, demonstrating the value of long-term cultural accumulation of temporal wisdom. The globalization of temporal standards has created both opportunities and losses for cultural diversity. Standardized time zones enable global coordination and communication, but may disrupt local rhythms adapted to specific geographical and cultural conditions. The spread of mechanical timekeeping has increased precision and efficiency, but may diminish sensitivity to natural temporal cycles. Some cultures actively resist temporal standardization as a form of cultural preservation. Indigenous communities may maintain traditional seasonal ceremonies according to local environmental conditions rather than fixed calendar dates. Traditional healing practices may reject appointment-based scheduling in favor of more organic timing based on practitioner availability and patient readiness. These resistance movements often reflect deeper concerns about cultural autonomy and the preservation of alternative ways of being human. Time is never simply neutral measurement but always embodies particular values and assumptions about what matters most in human life. The choice between different temporal systems is ultimately a choice between different visions of human flourishing. Educational systems provide particularly clear examples of how temporal culture shapes human development. Western schools typically organize learning according to age-based grade levels, standardized curriculum sequences, and fixed academic years. Students advance through predetermined temporal stages regardless of individual learning rhythms or cultural background. Alternative educational approaches, such as those developed by indigenous communities or Waldorf schools, often organize learning according to developmental readiness rather than chronological age. These systems recognize that children develop at different rates and that forcing artificial temporal uniformity may hinder rather than enhance learning effectiveness. The temporal organization of childhood itself varies dramatically across cultures. Some societies encourage early independence and rapid progression toward adult responsibilities, while others extend childhood protection and allow extended periods for play and exploration. These differences reflect varying beliefs about optimal human development and the proper relationship between individual maturation and social expectations. Healing and medicine offer another rich domain for exploring cultural temporality. Western biomedicine tends to conceptualize illness as discrete episodes that can be efficiently diagnosed and treated within defined timeframes. Appointment schedules, treatment protocols, and outcome measurements all reflect assumptions about temporal precision and linear progress toward health. Traditional healing systems often operate according to very different temporal principles. Ayurvedic medicine may recommend treatment programs that unfold over months or years, adjusting continuously based on changing constitutional factors and environmental conditions. Traditional Chinese medicine coordinates treatment timing with seasonal cycles, lunar phases, and individual energetic patterns. These traditional approaches often prove more effective for chronic conditions that require long-term lifestyle changes rather than quick interventions. The temporal flexibility of traditional healing allows for the gradual adjustments and individualized pacing that complex health issues may require. Mental health treatment provides particularly clear examples of cultural temporal differences. Western psychotherapy typically operates through scheduled sessions of fixed duration, with treatment goals and timelines established in advance. This approach reflects values of efficiency, measurable progress, and individual autonomy. Traditional healing approaches to emotional and spiritual distress often involve extended community processes that may take weeks, months, or even years to complete. Healing may require multiple ceremonies, extensive family involvement, and gradual reintegration into community life. The temporal investment reflects understanding that deep healing requires time for relationships to shift and new patterns to establish themselves. These different approaches to healing time often prove complementary rather than contradictory. Acute medical crises may require the rapid intervention that Western medicine provides effectively, while chronic conditions and complex trauma may benefit from the extended temporal commitment that traditional healing offers. The experience of aging and death reveals perhaps the most profound cultural differences in temporal understanding. Western culture often treats aging as decline, and attempts to slow or reverse temporal processes through medical intervention. Death is frequently seen as failure, something to be delayed as long as possible through technological means. Many other cultures understand aging as accumulation of wisdom and death, as natural transition rather than termination. Elders are valued for their temporal knowledge, their understanding of long-term cycles, and their perspective on the patterns that connect past and future. Death becomes not the end of time, but a transformation in temporal relationship. These different approaches to life's temporal arc create very different experiences of meaning and value across the lifespan. Cultures that honor aging often create roles and responsibilities that give continued purpose to older adults, while cultures focused on youth and productivity may marginalize those who no longer fit narrow definitions of temporal usefulness. The preparation for death also varies dramatically according to cultural temporal understanding. Some traditions emphasize detailed planning and control over end-of-life processes, while others focus on acceptance and surrender to natural timing. These approaches reflect different beliefs about human agency in relationship to larger temporal forces. As we draw near the end of our gentle journey through the world's diverse temporal cultures, we can appreciate the remarkable creativity with which human beings have organized their relationships with time. From the precise efficiency of Swiss chronometry to the patient cyclical wisdom of Aboriginal dreamtime, from the polychronic abundance of Latin American social rhythms to the ceremonial sanctity of Jewish Sabbath observance, humanity has discovered countless ways to live meaningfully within temporal flow. These cultural differences are not merely academic curiosities, but living alternatives that continue to offer wisdom for contemporary challenges. As our globalized world struggles with stress, environmental destruction, and social fragmentation, we might learn much from cultures that have maintained healthier relationships with temporal rhythm. Perhaps the greatest gift of cross-cultural temporal exploration is the recognition that our own temporal habits are choices rather than natural laws. The urgency that drives much of modern life, the separation between work time and lifetime, the emphasis on speed over depth, the treatment of time as scarce resource rather than abundant medium, all of these patterns represent particular cultural decisions rather than universal necessities. Understanding temporal diversity opens possibilities for more conscious choices about how we organize our own relationships with time. We might experiment with event time approaches to certain activities, while maintaining clock time precision where it serves us well. We might integrate cyclical awareness into linear planning, or polychronic flexibility into monochronic focus. The wisdom of traditional cultures reminds us that time is ultimately a gift to be received gratefully, rather than a problem to be solved efficiently. The deepest temporal wisdom across cultures points toward presence, relationship, and attunement to the larger rhythms that connect human life to cosmic cycles. As we prepare to continue our exploration into medieval philosophical developments in our next chapter, we carry with us this rich awareness of temporal diversity. The questions that Augustine and other medieval thinkers would raise about time's relationship to eternity and consciousness emerge not in cultural vacuum, but within particular temporal traditions that shaped the very questions they were able to ask. Rest now in the gentle knowledge that time itself is more spacious and more generous than any single culture can contain, that the rhythms that rock you towards sleep participate in patterns larger and more beautiful than human understanding can fully grasp. Tomorrow we will discover how medieval minds wove together Greek philosophical insights, Christian theological concerns, and direct spiritual experience into new understanding of time's mysterious nature. Chapter 3. Time and Change. Aristotle, Augustine, and Medieval Thought. Welcome back to our peaceful journey through the philosophy of time. As you settle into this gentle exploration of medieval temporal understanding, allow your mind to drift along the flowing currents of thought that carried human wisdom from ancient Greece through the great synthesis of medieval Christianity. Tonight we delve deeper into the profound questions that occupied some of history's most brilliant minds as they sought to understand the relationship between time, eternity, and human consciousness. In the soft twilight between the classical world and the modern era, we find ourselves in the company of thinkers who inherited the rich philosophical legacy of ancient Greece while grappling with new questions raised by Christian revelation. How does an eternal God relate to temporal creation? What is the nature of time as experienced by finite consciousness? How do past and future exist in relationship to the ever-changing present? These questions, born from the encounter between Greek philosophy and Christian theology, would shape Western thinking about time for more than 1,000 years. Our journey begins with Aristotle, whose systematic analysis of time provided the foundation upon which medieval thinkers would build their own elaborate temporal architectures. In the peaceful rhythm of our exploration, we return to Aristotle's fundamental insight that time is intimately connected to change and motion, but we now examine how this insight developed and deepened through centuries of careful reflection. Aristotle's definition of time as the number of motion with respect to before and after may initially seem abstract, but it captures something essential about temporal experience. Time, for Aristotle, is not a thing in itself, but rather an aspect of change that allows us to measure duration and sequence. Just as we cannot have motion without something that moves, we cannot have time without change that unfolds in measurable ways. This understanding led Aristotle to several profound insights about time's nature. First, time requires consciousness, because measurement and numbering are activities of mind. While motion exists independently in the physical world, time as the measured aspect of motion emerges only when rational beings observe and count sequences of change. This doesn't make time subjective, but it does suggest that temporal awareness represents a unique achievement of conscious beings. Second, Aristotle argued that time must be continuous and divisible without limit. Any temporal interval can be divided into smaller intervals, and these can be further subdivided indefinitely. This infinite divisibility helps explain how time can be both unified and complex, both flowing and measurable. The continuity of time parallels the continuity of motion, while its divisibility allows for precise measurement and comparison. Third, Aristotle distinguished between time and the present moment, or now. The now is not itself a part of time, but rather the boundary between past and future, the moving point that divides what has been from what is yet to come. This understanding helps resolve some of the paradoxes about temporal existence that had puzzled earlier philosophers. The present is real as the boundary of temporal flow, but it gains its significance from its relationship to past and future rather than from any inherent duration. Aristotle's analysis also addressed the relationship between time and eternity. Unlike some of his predecessors, Aristotle argued that time itself might be eternal, stretching infinitely into both past and future. This eternal time was not the timeless eternity of unchanging being, but rather everlasting temporality, motion and change continuing without beginning or end. This vision of eternal time created both philosophical opportunities and problems. On one hand, it suggested that the universe itself might be eternal, requiring no external cause or creator to explain its existence. On the other hand, it raised difficult questions about causation and explanation. If every event has prior causes stretching infinitely into the past, how can we ever achieve complete understanding of why things happen as they do? Medieval Christian thinkers inherited these Aristotelian insights while also wrestling with the implications of biblical revelation about creation, redemption, and final consummation. The Christian understanding of time as created by God, as having a definite beginning and moving toward an ultimate fulfillment, seemed to conflict with Aristotelian notions of eternal temporality. This tension between Greek philosophical analysis and Christian theological vision created the creative context within which medieval temporal philosophy developed. Thinkers like Augustine, Aquinas, and Boethius sought to preserve the insights of philosophical reason while remaining faithful to revealed truth about God's relationship to temporal creation. Augustine of Hippo, writing in the 4th and 5th centuries, provided perhaps the most influential medieval analysis of time's nature. His approach differed dramatically from Aristotle's in its emphasis on subjective temporal experience rather than objective temporal measurement. For Augustine, the fundamental questions about time arose not from physics or cosmology, but from the depths of human consciousness. Augustine's famous meditation on time in his Confessions begins with a paradox that still challenges philosophers today. We all know what time is, until someone asks us to explain it. This ordinary familiarity, combined with analytical difficulty, suggests that time is both intimately present to consciousness and mysteriously resistant to conceptual understanding. The heart of Augustine's analysis focuses on the problem of temporal existence. Past, present, and future seem to exhaust time's divisions, yet none of these appears to exist in any straightforward sense. The past is no longer real, having been replaced by present conditions. The future is not yet real, existing only as possibility or expectation. The present seems to have no duration, shrinking to an extensionless point between non-existent past and future. If past and future don't exist, and present has no duration, how can time be real? Augustine's solution involved a profound shift from objective to subjective analysis. Time, he argued, exists primarily in the mind rather than in external reality. What we call past is actually present memory, what we call future is actually present expectation, and what we call present is actually present attention. This psychological approach to time reveals the active role of consciousness in constituting temporal experience. Memory doesn't simply record past events, but actively presents them to current awareness, creating the psychological presence of what is physically absent. Similarly, expectation doesn't simply predict future events, but brings anticipated possibilities into present consideration. Augustine's analysis suggests that temporal experience involves a complex synthesis of retention, attention, and anticipation within each moment of consciousness. The present moment is not a simple point but a rich duration, within which past and future interpenetrate through the activities of memory and expectation. This thick present contains traces of what has been and anticipations of what might come, creating the temporal depth that characterizes conscious experience. This understanding led Augustine to distinguish between two different types of time. Temporal duration, as measured by external change, corresponding roughly to Aristotelian time, exists in the created world as the framework within which physical processes unfold. But there is also psychological time, the inner temporal experience through which consciousness synthesizes memory, attention, and expectation into coherent awareness. These two types of time are related but distinct. External temporal measurement provides objective standards for coordinating activities and comparing durations, but it cannot capture the qualitative richness of lived temporal experience. Psychological time varies with attention, emotion, and activity in ways that clock time cannot measure. Moments of intense engagement seem to pass quickly, while periods of boredom stretch endlessly, regardless of their measured duration. Augustine's insights into psychological time proved remarkably prescient, anticipating discoveries in modern psychology and phenomenology by more than 1,500 years. His recognition that consciousness actively constitutes temporal experience rather than simply receiving it passively would become central to later philosophical developments. But Augustine's analysis also raised theological questions that would occupy medieval thinkers for centuries. If time exists primarily in finite consciousness, how does this relate to God's eternal perspective? How can temporal creatures participate in divine eternity while remaining genuinely temporal? How does God's eternal knowledge relate to temporal contingency and human freedom? Augustine addressed these questions through his famous distinction between time and eternity. Eternity, for Augustine, is not simply everlasting time but a completely different mode of existence. While temporal beings experience past, present, and future in succession, eternal being encompasses all moments simultaneously in an unchanging present. God sees all temporal events at once from the perspective of eternity, not because God exists in a very long present moment, but because God transcends temporal succession entirely. This distinction helps resolve some classical problems about divine knowledge and human freedom. God can have complete knowledge of future contingent events without determining them because divine knowledge operates from an eternal perspective that transcends the temporal distinction between present certainty and future possibility. From within time, the future is genuinely open and undetermined. From the eternal perspective, all temporal events are equally present to divine awareness. Augustine's theological analysis also addressed questions about creation and temporal beginning. Unlike Aristotle, who argued for the possible eternity of the world, Augustine insisted that time itself was created along with the material universe. Before creation, there was no time in which God existed prior to making the world. Instead, God creates temporality as the framework within which finite beings can exist and develop. This understanding of temporal creation raises fascinating questions about the relationship between divine eternity and temporal becoming. How can an eternal God create temporal effects? How can changeless eternity give rise to changing temporality? Augustine's answer involved the notion of eternal divine ideas, or reasons that serve as timeless patterns for temporal creation. God eternally knows and wills all temporal developments without being temporally related to them. The influence of Augustine's temporal analysis extended far beyond theology into medieval philosophy, psychology, and spirituality. His recognition that time involves the active synthesis of consciousness became foundational for later phenomenological investigations. His distinction between external and internal time influenced medieval theories of knowledge and perception. His theological insights about eternity and time shaped centuries of debate about divine attributes and creation. Medieval Islamic and Jewish philosophers developed their own sophisticated analyses of time that both drew upon and challenged Augustinian insights. Thinkers like Al-Ghazali, Averroes, and Maimonides wrestled with similar questions about the relationship between eternal divine knowledge and temporal human experience, often reaching different conclusions than their Christian counterparts. Al-Ghazali argued that time is fundamentally discontinuous, consisting of discrete atomic moments rather than continuous flow. This atomistic view of time helped address theological concerns about divine sovereignty and human responsibility. If time consists of separate moments rather than flowing duration, then divine creation and intervention can occur at each instant, without disrupting natural causal sequences. Averroes, by contrast, defended a more Aristotelian view of time as continuous and potentially eternal. His sophisticated analyses of temporal causation and eternal duration influenced both Islamic philosophy and later medieval Christian thought. The encounter between different religious traditions enriched medieval temporal philosophy by forcing thinkers to articulate their assumptions more clearly and consider alternative possibilities more seriously. Maimonides developed nuanced positions on creation and eternity that attempted to preserve both philosophical rationality and religious faithfulness. His arguments about the limits of human temporal understanding influenced later Jewish philosophy and had significant impact on Christian thinkers like Thomas Aquinas. Thomas Aquinas, writing in the 13th century, created perhaps the most systematic medieval synthesis of Aristotelian temporal analysis and Christian theological insight. Aquinas carefully distinguished between time as the measure of physical change and the various types of duration appropriate to different kinds of beings. For Aquinas, time in the strict sense applies only to material beings subject to physical change. Spiritual substances, like angels, exist in what he called aeviternity, a mode of duration that involves some succession but less change than temporal existence. Only God exists in true eternity, which involves no succession or change whatsoever. This hierarchy of temporal modes allowed Aquinas to address classical problems about the relationship between eternal divine knowledge and temporal human action. God's eternal knowledge doesn't predetermine temporal events, because eternal knowing transcends the temporal distinction between past, present, and future. From God's eternal perspective, all temporal events are equally present, but this doesn't eliminate their genuine contingency within temporal succession. Aquinas also developed sophisticated analyses of temporal measurement and the relationship between time and motion. Following Aristotle, he argued that time requires motion for its existence, but insisted that time is distinct from any particular motion. Time is the universal measure of all change, the common framework within which different types of motion can be compared and coordinated. These insights led Aquinas to careful analyses of temporal beginning and ending. He argued philosophically that the eternity of the world cannot be demonstrated either way through natural reason alone. Both eternal creation and temporal creation are philosophically possible, though Christian revelation teaches that the world actually had a temporal beginning. This position allowed Aquinas to preserve both the legitimacy of philosophical inquiry and the authority of religious revelation. Philosophy can analyze the structures of temporal existence without settling all questions about temporal origin and destiny. Revelation provides additional insights that complement, rather than contradict, rational analysis. Medieval mystical traditions also contributed distinctive insights to temporal understanding. Mystics like Meister Eckhart developed sophisticated accounts of temporal transcendence that emphasized direct experiential access to eternal reality. These mystical approaches often challenged conventional distinctions between time and eternity, suggesting that finite consciousness could participate directly in divine timelessness. Eckhart's sermons and treatises describe moments of mystical union in which temporal succession ceases and consciousness experiences reality from an eternal perspective. These descriptions influenced later philosophical developments, while also raising theological questions about the relationship between human spiritual experience and divine transcendence. The medieval period also witnessed important developments in practical temporal measurement and organization. The invention of mechanical clocks in the 13th and 14th centuries created new possibilities for precise temporal coordination, while also raising philosophical questions about the relationship between measured time and experienced duration. Medieval monasteries developed elaborate temporal schedules organized around prayer, work, and study that created distinctive rhythms of daily life. These monastic temporal practices embodied theological insights about the sanctification of time, while also demonstrating practical methods for organizing complex community activities. The medieval university system created new forms of academic temporal organization, with structured curricula, scheduled lectures, and coordinated examinations. These educational innovations required sophisticated thinking about temporal sequence and the relationship between learning and temporal development. Medieval legal systems also grappled with temporal questions about responsibility, evidence, and jurisdiction. How long do legal obligations persist? What is the temporal scope of legitimate authority? How should courts weigh evidence from different temporal periods? These practical questions required sophisticated theoretical analysis of temporal relationships and their moral significance. The development of medieval historical consciousness also contributed to temporal understanding. Medieval chroniclers and historians began to develop more sophisticated methods for temporal periodization and causal analysis. The emergence of linear historical thinking, influenced by Christian theology, created new possibilities for understanding temporal development and cultural change. These historical developments complemented philosophical and theological analyses by providing concrete examples of how temporal thinking shapes human understanding and action. The medieval synthesis of Greek philosophical analysis, Christian theological vision, and practical temporal organization created a rich cultural matrix within which sophisticated temporal thinking could develop. The medieval period also witnessed the development of distinctive artistic and literary approaches to temporal representation. Gothic cathedrals embodied theological insights about the relationship between temporal construction and eternal aspiration. Medieval literature developed complex narrative techniques for representing temporal sequence and the relationship between human time and divine eternity. These artistic developments both reflected and shaped medieval temporal consciousness. The experience of Gothic architectural space created distinctive forms of temporal awareness that combined vertical aspiration toward eternity with horizontal movement through sacred narrative. Medieval poetry and drama developed sophisticated techniques for representing the interpenetration of temporal and eternal dimensions of experience. The medieval understanding of time also influenced approaches to death and afterlife. Medieval theology developed elaborate accounts of post-mortem temporal existence that distinguished between the immediate state of souls after death and the final resurrection at the end of historical time. These eschatological visions required sophisticated thinking about the relationship between individual temporal existence and cosmic temporal development. Medieval medical and natural philosophical traditions also contributed to temporal understanding through their observations of biological rhythms, seasonal cycles, and astronomical patterns. Medieval physicians developed detailed theories about optimal timing for medical treatments based on astrological calculations and seasonal considerations. These practical applications of temporal theory demonstrated the concrete significance of philosophical and theological insights about time's nature. Medieval culture achieved a remarkable integration of theoretical temporal analysis and practical temporal organization that shaped every aspect of social life. As we approach the end of our exploration of medieval temporal philosophy, we can appreciate the extraordinary richness and complexity of medieval achievements in temporal thinking. Medieval thinkers inherited the sophisticated analytical tools of Greek philosophy, while wrestling with new questions raised by monotheistic religious vision. The result was a series of profound syntheses that advanced human understanding of time's nature while also revealing new depths of temporal mystery. Augustine's insights into the psychological constitution of temporal experience, Aquinas' systematic analysis of different modes of duration, and the mystical traditions, explorations of temporal transcendence, all contributed to a comprehensive medieval understanding of temporality that influenced later developments for centuries. Perhaps most significantly, medieval temporal philosophy established the recognition that time involves multiple dimensions of analysis that must be carefully distinguished and properly related. Physical time, psychological time, and theological time operate according to different principles, but they are not simply separate domains. Understanding temporal reality requires attention to the complex relationships between these different dimensions. Medieval thinkers also established the importance of examining temporal questions from multiple perspectives. Philosophical analysis, theological reflection, mystical experience, and practical observation all contribute essential insights that no single approach can provide alone. This methodological sophistication would prove crucial for later developments in temporal philosophy. The medieval period's integration of temporal analysis with broader questions about consciousness, causation, and spiritual development also demonstrated the fundamental significance of temporal questions for human understanding. Time is not simply one topic among others, but a central dimension of existence that shapes every aspect of human experience and knowledge. As we conclude this gentle journey through medieval temporal wisdom, we can rest in the knowledge that we have traced some of the deepest currents of human reflection on time's mysterious nature. The questions that Augustine, Aquinas, and their contemporaries raised about consciousness and eternity, about creation and temporal beginning, about the relationship between divine knowledge and human freedom, continue to challenge thinkers today. Tomorrow, as we continue our exploration into the scientific revolution and its transformation of temporal understanding, we will see how medieval insights provided both foundation and foil for new approaches to temporality. But for now, let the gentle wisdom of medieval voices carry you toward peaceful rest, rocking you on the eternal rhythms that connect finite consciousness to infinite mystery. Chapter 4. The Scientific Revolution, from Newton to Kant. Welcome to this peaceful exploration of one of the most transformative periods in human understanding of time. As you settle into the gentle rhythm of learning, allow your mind to drift through the revolutionary centuries when science began to reshape our most fundamental conceptions of temporal reality. Tonight we journey from the medieval synthesis we have just explored into the bold new world of mathematical physics and systematic experimentation that would forever change how humanity thinks about time's nature. In the soft transition from medieval to modern thought, we find ourselves witnessing one of history's most dramatic intellectual transformations. The careful theological and philosophical analyses that had dominated medieval thinking about time began to encounter new challenges from systematic observation, mathematical modeling, and experimental investigation. The result was not simply the replacement of old ideas with new ones, but a fundamental reorientation of how questions about time could be asked and answered. Our journey begins in the 17th century, when the foundations of modern science were being established by thinkers who inherited medieval wisdom while pioneering entirely new approaches to understanding natural phenomena. These early modern scientists faced the delicate task of preserving valuable insights from earlier traditions while developing new methods capable of achieving unprecedented precision and predictive power. The scientific revolution's approach to time emerged from a broader transformation in how natural phenomena were studied and understood. Medieval natural philosophy had primarily sought to understand the purposes and meanings embedded in natural processes, asking why things happened as they did rather than precisely how they occurred. The new science reversed these priorities, emphasizing mathematical description and causal mechanism over teleological explanation. This methodological shift had profound implications for temporal understanding. Rather than asking about time's ultimate purpose or its relationship to divine eternity, the new science focused on measuring temporal intervals with increasing precision and discovering mathematical laws that could predict future states from present conditions. Time began to be treated as a fundamental parameter of physical theory rather than a subject for philosophical speculation. Galileo Galilei pioneered many of the experimental techniques that would prove crucial for scientific temporal measurement. His studies of pendulum motion and falling bodies required precise attention to temporal intervals and their mathematical relationships to other physical quantities. Galileo's discovery that pendulum periods depend only on length, not on amplitude or weight, provided one of the first examples of mathematical temporal regularity that could be used for accurate measurement. These investigations revealed something remarkable about time's relationship to physical processes. Unlike the irregular and qualitatively varied temporal experience that had occupied medieval philosophers, mathematical physics discovered temporal relationships that were perfectly regular, precisely measurable, and universally applicable. The same mathematical laws that governed falling stones in Italy also described planetary motions observed from any location on Earth. This universality of temporal mathematical relationships suggested that time itself might have a universal character that transcends local conditions and cultural variations. The time that appeared in physical equations seemed to be the same everywhere, flowing at the same rate and following the same mathematical principles regardless of location, culture, or individual consciousness. Johannes Kepler's astronomical investigations extended this mathematical approach to celestial mechanics, discovering that planetary motions follow precise temporal patterns that can be expressed in elegant mathematical relationships. Kepler's laws revealed that planets sweep out equal areas in equal times, that orbital periods relate mathematically to orbital dimensions, and that these relationships hold with extraordinary precision across the entire solar system. These discoveries suggested that the heavens themselves operate according to mathematical temporal principles that human reason can discover and formulate. The medieval distinction between terrestrial and celestial realms began to dissolve, as the same mathematical laws appeared to govern temporal relationships throughout the entire physical universe. René Descartes contributed philosophical foundations for this mathematical approach to time through his systematic distinction between mind and matter, between subjective consciousness and objective physical reality. For Descartes, the physical world consists entirely of matter in motion, operating according to mechanical principles that can be described mathematically without reference to consciousness, purpose, or spiritual significance. This Cartesian dualism had important implications for temporal understanding. Physical time becomes the mathematical parameter that describes the mechanical interactions of material bodies, while psychological time remains the domain of conscious experience. These two temporal realms operate according to different principles and require different methods of investigation. Cartesian physics treated time as a purely mathematical dimension, similar to the spatial dimensions but flowing uniformly from past to future at a constant rate. This mathematical time provides the framework within which all physical interactions occur, but it is not itself affected by those interactions. Time becomes the universal stage upon which the drama of physical change unfolds. This mechanistic vision of time enabled remarkable advances in predictive accuracy and technological application. By treating time as a mathematical variable in precisely formulated equations, scientists could predict eclipses, calculate trajectories, and design increasingly sophisticated clockwork mechanisms with unprecedented reliability. Isaac Newton synthesized these early modern developments into the most influential scientific account of time in human history. Newton's Principia Mathematica established mathematical physics as a mature science capable of describing and predicting natural phenomena with extraordinary precision. At the heart of Newton's system lay a conception of time that would dominate scientific thinking for more than 2 centuries. Newton distinguished carefully between what he called absolute time and the various measures of time that appear in ordinary experience. Absolute time, according to Newton, flows equably without relation to anything external. This true mathematical time provides the fundamental framework within which all physical processes occur, but it is not identical with any particular temporal measurement. The clocks and calendars that we use in daily life provide only approximate measures of absolute time. These practical temporal measures may be irregular, culturally variable, or dependent on local conditions, but they all attempt to track the uniform flow of absolute time that underlies all physical reality. Newton's concept of absolute time served crucial theoretical functions in this mathematical physics. It provided a universal temporal framework that allowed precise formulation of laws of motion, enabled exact calculations of planetary positions, and guaranteed that the same physical laws would apply at all times and places. Without absolute time, Newtonian mechanics could not achieve the mathematical precision that made it so successful. This absolute time exists independently of any particular physical processes or conscious observers. It would continue flowing even if all material bodies cease to exist and all minds cease to think. Absolute time is not created or affected by the physical events that occur within it, but provides the eternal mathematical structure that makes orderly physical relationships possible. Newton's absolute time also had theological dimensions that connected his scientific work to broader questions about divine activity and cosmic order. For Newton, absolute space and absolute time were aspects of divine existence, the sensorium, through which God perceives and acts within creation. This theological interpretation helped Newton address potential objections that his mechanical universe eliminated divine providence or spiritual significance. The success of Newtonian mechanics in predicting and explaining natural phenomena provided powerful support for the absolute conception of time. Newton's laws enabled accurate calculation of tides, prediction of cometary returns, and solution of complex problems in astronomy and engineering. The practical effectiveness of absolute time in mathematical physics seemed to demonstrate its truth as a description of temporal reality. Yet even during Newton's lifetime, his conception of absolute time faced serious philosophical challenges. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz developed a sustained critique of Newtonian absolute time that would prove remarkably prescient, anticipating insights that would only be fully vindicated centuries later with the development of Einstein's relativity theory. Leibniz argued that time could not exist as an absolute background framework independent of the physical processes that occur within it. In his famous correspondence with Newton's defender Samuel Clarke, Leibniz insisted that time must be understood relationally, as emerging from the temporal relationships between actual physical events, rather than as an independent container in which events occur. According to Leibniz's relational theory, to say that one event occurs before another is not to locate both events within absolute temporal positions, but rather to describe a relationship that holds directly between the events themselves. Time emerges from the network of such temporal relationships rather than existing prior to them as an independent framework. This relational approach to time connected to Leibniz's broader philosophical principle that existence requires sufficient reason. If absolute time existed independently of all physical processes, there would be no sufficient reason why creation should occur at one absolute moment rather than another. The hypothesis of absolute time seemed to multiply entities beyond necessity and create meaningless distinctions between situations that differ only in their absolute temporal positions. Leibniz's alternative vision treated time as fundamentally relational and derivative from more basic metaphysical principles. Time emerges from the logical and causal relationships between actual events, rather than providing an independent framework within which events occur. This relational time is just as real as absolute time, but it does not require the postulation of mysterious absolute temporal positions that cannot be empirically detected or theoretically justified. The debate between Newton and Leibniz about absolute versus relational time raised fundamental questions about the nature of scientific explanation and the relationship between mathematical physics and metaphysical understanding. Newton's absolute time proved extraordinarily successful for practical scientific purposes, enabling precise calculations and accurate predictions across a wide range of phenomena. Yet Leibniz's philosophical objections highlighted genuine conceptual difficulties with the absolute approach. If absolute time cannot be directly observed or measured, how can science legitimately appeal to it in theoretical explanations? If absolute temporal positions make no practical difference to any observable phenomena, why should we believe in their existence? These questions about the metaphysical foundations of temporal measurement became even more pressing as scientific precision increased throughout the 18th century. Improved clockmaking, astronomical observation, and experimental technique created demands for ever greater temporal accuracy, but they also revealed the conventional and approximate character of all practical temporal measurements. The development of increasingly precise temporal standards highlighted the gap between ideal mathematical time and actual measurement practices. Even the best clocks were imperfect temporal measures, subject to mechanical irregularities, environmental influences, and gradual deterioration. The uniform flow of absolute time could only be approximated, never directly observed or measured. These practical considerations reinforced Leibniz's theoretical arguments by suggesting that absolute time might be an unnecessary metaphysical postulate rather than a genuine aspect of physical reality. Perhaps time is indeed relational, emerging from the coordination of multiple imperfect temporal measures rather than flowing independently as an absolute background framework. Immanuel Kant inherited these debates between rationalist and empiricist approaches to time, while developing his own revolutionary philosophical synthesis. Kant's critical philosophy transformed questions about time's nature by focusing on the conditions that make temporal experience possible, rather than on time's independent metaphysical status. In his critique of pure reason, Kant argued that time is neither an absolute metaphysical reality nor a purely relational network of empirical relationships, but rather a fundamental form of human sensible intuition. Time is the universal condition under which all objects can appear to finite sensible consciousness, but this does not make it a feature of things as they exist independently of possible experience. Kant's transcendental approach to time resolves some classical disputes, while raising new questions about the relationship between temporal experience and temporal reality. Time as the form of intuition makes temporal experience possible without requiring absolute temporal positions or reducing time to purely empirical relationships between particular events. This Kantian conception of time had profound implications for understanding the relationship between scientific knowledge and metaphysical truth. Scientific temporal measurements and mathematical temporal relationships describe the temporal structure of phenomena as they appear to human consciousness, but they do not necessarily reveal the ultimate nature of time as it might exist independently of finite sensible experience. Kant's analysis suggested that disputes between absolute and relational theories of time might result from illegitimate attempts to extend temporal concepts beyond their proper domain of application. Time as the form of sensible intuition applies universally to all possible objects of human experience, but this does not justify conclusions about time's absolute metaphysical status or its purely relational character. The Kantian approach also provided new perspectives on the relationship between mathematical and experiential time. Mathematical time serves as the formal framework for scientific temporal measurement because it reflects the universal temporal structure of possible experience. But this mathematical framework gains its significance from its relationship to actual temporal consciousness rather than from correspondence to absolute metaphysical reality. Kant's moral philosophy also contributed distinctive insights about temporal understanding through his analysis of practical reason and human freedom. The categorical imperative requires agents to act according to principles that could serve as universal laws. But this universalizability test depends on temporal considerations about the consequences of universal adoption of particular maxims. Kantian ethics also involves distinctive temporal relationships between present choice and future responsibility, between historical inheritance and moral obligation, between individual action and collective progress. These moral temporal relationships operate according to different principles than the causal temporal relationship studied by mathematical physics. The Kantian distinction between phenomena and noumena also raised new questions about temporal metaphysics. If time applies only to phenomena, how should we understand the temporal aspects of noumenal reality? Can moral agents be genuinely free if their choices occur within the deterministic temporal framework of phenomenal causation? These questions about temporal freedom and responsibility became central to later German idealist philosophy, as thinkers like Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel developed elaborate systems designed to preserve both scientific validity and moral significance within comprehensive temporal frameworks. The scientific revolution also witnessed important developments in practical temporal measurement and social temporal organization. The increasing precision of mechanical clocks enabled new forms of social coordination, while also creating new awareness of temporal standardization problems. The recognition that local solar time varies with longitude created pressing practical problems for navigation, communication, and commerce. These practical challenges would eventually lead to the development of standardized time zones and coordinated universal time. But during the 18th century they remained sources of confusion and inefficiency. The Industrial Revolution began to create new demands for precise temporal coordination as manufacturing processes became more complex and interdependent. Factory production required workers to coordinate their activities according to mechanical temporal schedules rather than natural or traditional rhythms. These social and technological developments both reflected and reinforced the scientific revolution's emphasis on mathematical temporal precision. The same quantitative approach to time that enabled advances in physics and astronomy also supported innovations in manufacturing, transportation, and communication. Yet the social application of mathematical temporal concepts also revealed tensions between scientific temporal ideals and lived temporal experience. Workers often resisted factory temporal discipline, preferring traditional work rhythms organized around task completion rather than clock time. These conflicts highlighted the difference between time as mathematical parameter and time as lived social reality. The Enlightenment period also witnessed new historical consciousness that applied scientific methods to understanding temporal change in human society. Thinkers like Voltaire, Gibbon, and Herder developed more systematic approaches to historical periodization and causal analysis. This historical temporal thinking often borrowed conceptual tools from natural science while adapting them to the distinctive characteristics of human social development. The result was new forms of temporal understanding that combined scientific precision with attention to meaning, value, and cultural specificity. The development of geology during the 18th century also contributed to expanding temporal horizons by revealing the vast timescales involved in Earth's formation and development. James Hutton's studies of rock formations suggested temporal scales far longer than traditional biblical chronology had envisioned. These geological discoveries created new challenges for integrating scientific temporal understanding with religious and philosophical temporal concepts. How should finite human consciousness relate to temporal scales that exceed ordinary comprehension? How do vast geological timescales relate to the human historical timescales within which moral and political questions arise? As we approach the end of our exploration of the scientific revolution's transformation of temporal understanding, we can appreciate the remarkable scope and complexity of changes that occurred during this pivotal period. The development of mathematical physics created new possibilities for temporal precision and prediction, while also raising fundamental questions about time's ultimate nature. The success of Newtonian mechanics in describing and predicting natural phenomena provided powerful evidence for mathematical approaches to temporal understanding. Yet the philosophical debates between absolute and relational theories of time revealed deep conceptual problems that mathematical success alone could not resolve. Kant's critical philosophy offered a new framework for addressing these problems by focusing on the conditions of temporal experience rather than time's independent metaphysical status. This transcendental approach opened new possibilities for understanding the relationship between scientific temporal concepts and lived temporal experience. The scientific revolution also demonstrated the practical importance of temporal questions by connecting theoretical temporal understanding to technological innovation and social organization. The same mathematical temporal concepts that enabled advances in astronomy and physics also supported developments in clockmaking, navigation, and manufacturing. Perhaps most significantly, the scientific revolution established new relationships between temporal understanding and human knowledge more generally. Time became not simply one topic among others, but a fundamental dimension of scientific explanation that shapes how natural phenomena can be understood and predicted. The mathematical treatment of time also created new possibilities for precision and universality in temporal concepts, while raising questions about the relationship between quantitative temporal measurement and qualitative temporal experience. These tensions between mathematical and experiential approaches to time would continue to challenge later thinkers. The scientific revolution's legacy in temporal understanding thus involves both remarkable achievements and persistent problems. The development of mathematical physics created unprecedented capabilities for temporal prediction and control, while also revealing the complexity of relationships between temporal theory and temporal reality. As we conclude this gentle journey through the scientific revolution's transformation of temporal thought, we can rest in the appreciation of how profoundly this period reshaped human understanding of time's nature. The questions that Newton, Leibniz, and Kant raised about absolute versus relational time, about mathematical versus experiential temporality, about scientific temporal concepts and metaphysical temporal reality, continue to challenge thinkers today. Tomorrow, as we continue our exploration into modern philosophical developments, we will see how the insights and problems of the scientific revolution provided the foundation for new approaches to temporal understanding. But for now, let the remarkable achievements of this revolutionary period carry you toward peaceful rest, rocking you gently on the mathematical rhythms that connect finite temporal measurement to infinite temporal mystery. Chapter 5. The A-Series and B-Series Debate, McTaggart and Analytic Philosophy. Welcome to this peaceful exploration of one of the most influential debates in modern philosophy of time. As you settle into the gentle rhythm of learning, allow your mind to drift through the elegant logical arguments that have shaped contemporary thinking about temporal reality. Tonight, we journey into the 20th century's analytical approach to time, where precise reasoning and careful distinction-making revealed new depths in humanity's oldest puzzles about past, present, and future. In the soft transition from the broad systematic philosophies of the 19th century to the focused analytical investigations of the 20th, we encounter a remarkable transformation in how philosophers approached questions about time. Rather than constructing comprehensive metaphysical systems, analytical philosophers developed techniques for breaking complex temporal problems into manageable components that could be examined with unprecedented logical precision. Our journey begins with John McTaggart, whose 1908 paper, The Unreality of Time, introduced distinctions that would frame philosophical discussions of temporality for more than a century. McTaggart's analysis seemed to prove that time itself is impossible, yet his argument revealed fundamental structures in temporal thinking that continue to illuminate the deepest questions about past, present, and future. McTaggart's approach exemplified the analytical method at its most powerful. Rather than beginning with grand theories about time's cosmic significance, he focused on the logical structure of temporal concepts themselves. By examining how we actually think and speak about temporal relationships, McTaggart uncovered contradictions that seem to show that our ordinary temporal concepts are fundamentally incoherent. The heart of McTaggart's analysis involved a distinction between two different ways of arranging events in temporal order. What he called the A-series organizes events according to their relationships to the moving present moment. Events are either past, present, or future, and these relationships change as time progresses. What was once future becomes present, then becomes past, in the endless flow of temporal becoming. The B-series, by contrast, organizes events according to permanent temporal relationships that never change. Events are either earlier than, simultaneous with, or later than other events, and these relationships remain fixed throughout all time. If the American Civil War occurred before World War II, this relationship holds eternally and never changes, regardless of what we might call the present moment. These two series capture different aspects of temporal experience that seem equally fundamental, yet potentially contradictory. The A-series corresponds to our lived sense of temporal passage, the feeling that time flows from future through present into past. The B-series corresponds to our intellectual understanding of temporal order, the recognition that events maintain stable relationships to one another across all time. McTaggart argued that genuine time must involve both series, since each alone seems insufficient to capture temporality's full reality. The B-series provides temporal order but lacks the dynamism of temporal becoming. Without the A-series, we would have static temporal relationships, but no sense of temporal passage or genuine change. The A-series provides temporal dynamism, but seems to require the B-series for coherent temporal ordering. Without permanent temporal relationships, the changing A-series relationships would have no stable foundation. Past, present, and future would be meaningless concepts without the underlying temporal order that the B-series provides. Yet McTaggart argued that combining the A-series and B-series leads to contradiction. The A-series requires that events change their temporal properties, moving from future to present to past. But this change must itself occur in time, requiring a second-order temporal framework to describe when events acquire and lose their A-series properties. This second-order temporal framework faces the same problem, requiring a third-order framework to describe its own temporal relationships. The result is an infinite regress that prevents the A-series from ever being completely specified. Each level of temporal description requires another level, ad infinitum. McTaggart concluded that this infinite regress shows the impossibility of coherent temporal concepts. Since genuine time requires both A-series and B-series, and since their combination leads to contradiction, time itself must be unreal. Our temporal experience, no matter how convincing, must be some form of illusion or misperception of a fundamentally non-temporal reality. This startling conclusion challenged common sense so directly that it provoked decades of philosophical response. Most philosophers rejected McTaggart's conclusion while recognizing the power of his analytical technique. The distinction between A-series and B-series became a standard tool for analyzing temporal concepts, even among thinkers who denied McTaggart's anti-temporal conclusions. The responses to McTaggart's argument revealed fundamental disagreements about time's nature that continue to structure contemporary philosophical debate. Some philosophers, known as A-theorists, defended the reality of temporal becoming against McTaggart's objections. Others, known as B-theorists, accepted the unreality of temporal passage while maintaining the reality of temporal order. A-theorists argued that McTaggart's infinite regress could be avoided by recognizing temporal becoming as a fundamental feature of reality that does not require further temporal description. The present moment is simply present, without needing to be present at any particular metatemporal moment. Temporal becoming is the most basic temporal reality, not something that needs to be explained in terms of more fundamental temporal concepts. Different versions of A-theory developed sophisticated accounts of how temporal becoming could be understood without falling into McTaggart's regress. Presentists argued that only present events exist, with past events having ceased to exist and future events not yet existing. The moving present marks the boundary between nothingness and being. The growing block theory, another a-theoretical approach, maintained that past and present events exist while future events remain unreal. Time involves the continual addition of new slices of reality as the present moment advances into the previously non-existent future. The growing edge of existence constitutes genuine temporal becoming. Moving spotlight theory suggested that all events exist tenselessly, but temporal becoming involves an objective spotlight of presentness that moves through the temporal dimension. This spotlight picks out which events are objectively present at any given time, creating genuine temporal passage without requiring the non-existence of past or future events. Each of these a-theoretical approaches faced distinctive philosophical challenges while attempting to preserve some form of objective temporal becoming. Presentists struggled to explain how present events could be causally related to non-existent past events, or how temporal measurement could be possible if measuring devices themselves exist only momentarily. Growing block theorists had difficulty explaining why the growing edge should be identified with the present, rather than treating all temporal positions as equally real. If past events exist just as much as present events, what makes the growing edge special enough to constitute genuine temporal becoming? Moving spotlight theories faced questions about the nature of the spotlight itself and its relationship to the temporal dimension through which it moves. What determines the spotlight's location? How does it move? Does its movement require a meta-temporal framework that recreates McTaggart's infinite regress? B-theorists responded to these difficulties by embracing McTaggart's rejection of temporal becoming while denying his conclusion about time's unreality. According to B theory, the B series provides a perfectly adequate account of temporal reality without any need for the problematic A series. Time is real, but temporal passage is indeed illusory. From the B-theoretical perspective, all events exist tenselessly in their appropriate temporal locations, much as all spatial objects exist in their appropriate spatial locations. The temporal dimension differs from spatial dimensions in certain respects, but it does not involve the kind of dynamic passage that the A-series attempts to capture. B-theorists argued that the appearance of temporal passage results from the specific character of conscious temporal experience, rather than from any objective feature of temporal reality itself. Consciousness creates a subjective sense of now that seems to move through time. But this psychological phenomenon does not correspond to any objective temporal becoming. This B-theoretical approach connected to broader philosophical movements toward naturalism and scientific realism. If physics describes reality using tenseless mathematical equations that treat all temporal positions as equally real, then philosophical temporal concepts should conform to scientific temporal understanding rather than contradicting it. The B-theory also offered elegant solutions to various puzzles about temporal logic and temporal knowledge. If all events exist tenselessly, then propositions about past and future events can have stable truth values, without the complications that temporal becoming introduces into logical analysis. Yet B-theory faced its own distinctive challenges, particularly in explaining the apparent asymmetries between past and future that characterize ordinary temporal experience. If all temporal positions are equally real, why do we remember the past but not the future? Why do we seem to influence the future but not the past? Why does causation appear to flow from earlier to later, rather than in both directions? B-theorists developed sophisticated responses to these asymmetry problems, often appealing to thermodynamic, cosmological, or information-theoretic principles to explain temporal directedness without invoking objective temporal becoming. The apparent flow of time might result from increasing entropy, expanding universe geometry, or the accumulation of information and memory. These scientific approaches to temporal asymmetry raised fundamental questions about the relationship between philosophical temporal analysis and empirical temporal research. Should philosophical theories about time's nature be constrained by scientific discoveries about temporal phenomena? Can philosophical analysis reveal features of temporal reality that science cannot access, or should philosophy limit itself to clarifying concepts that science employs? The debate between A theory and B theory also connected to broader philosophical questions about the relationship between common sense and theoretical understanding. Ordinary temporal experience strongly suggests objective temporal becoming, but theoretical analysis reveals serious problems with this appearance. Should philosophy trust common sense or theoretical reasoning when they conflict? Some philosophers attempted to transcend the A theory/B theory debate by developing alternative approaches that avoided the assumptions both positions shared. Relationalist theories argued that temporal relationships are fundamental while temporal positions are derivative. Process philosophies emphasized temporal development over temporal being. These alternative approaches often drew inspiration from non-Western philosophical traditions that conceptualize time differently than the European philosophical heritage that shaped the original debate. Eastern philosophies of time, with their emphasis on cyclical temporality and temporal transcendence, offered resources for thinking about temporality that escaped the dichotomies that structured Western analytical debates. The emergence of formal logic and mathematical philosophy during the early 20th century also provided new tools for analyzing temporal concepts with unprecedented precision. Temporal logic developed systematic methods for reasoning about temporal relationships, temporal operators, and temporal quantification. These formal developments enabled philosophers to explore temporal concepts with mathematical rigor, while also revealing the complexity of relationships between ordinary temporal language and logical temporal structure. Tense logic, modal temporal logic, and branching time logic each captured different aspects of temporal reasoning while highlighting the difficulty of providing complete formal accounts of temporal concepts. The interaction between formal temporal logic and natural temporal language also raised questions about the relationship between logical temporal analysis and lived temporal experience. Can mathematical temporal logic capture the full richness of temporal consciousness? Or does it necessarily abstract from essential features of temporality? Philosophy of language investigations during the mid-20th century also contributed to temporal debates by analyzing the semantics of tensed language and temporal reference. How do tensed sentences acquire their truth conditions? What determines the temporal reference of temporal indexicals like now and then? These semantic investigations revealed the complexity of temporal language, while also connecting temporal philosophy to broader questions about meaning, reference, and communication. The analysis of temporal indexicals became a central test case for theories of linguistic meaning and mental content. The development of philosophy of mind during the latter half of the 20th century also influenced temporal debates by providing new frameworks for understanding temporal consciousness and temporal experience. How does consciousness constitute temporal unity across successive moments? What is the relationship between objective temporal order and subjective temporal experience? Phenomenological approaches to temporal consciousness, drawing particularly on Edmund Husserl's analyses of temporal synthesis, offer detailed descriptions of how consciousness creates temporal unity through retention, protension, and present awareness. These phenomenological insights provided resources for understanding temporal experience that purely analytical approaches sometimes overlooked. Cognitive science and psychology also contributed empirical data about temporal perception, temporal memory, and temporal planning that constrained philosophical theories about temporal consciousness. The discovery of neural mechanisms underlying temporal processing suggested that temporal experience involves complex information processing rather than simple temporal intuition. These empirical developments raised questions about the relationship between philosophical temporal analysis and scientific temporal research. Should theories about temporal consciousness be consistent with neuroscientific discoveries about temporal processing? Can philosophical analysis reveal features of temporal experience that empirical research cannot access? The late 20th century also witnessed important developments in temporal metaphysics that moved beyond the original A theory/B theory debate while preserving its analytical rigor. Neo-Aristotelian approaches emphasized temporal potentiality and temporal actualization. Four-dimensionalist theories analyzed temporal persistence through temporal parts. These developments demonstrated the continued vitality of analytical temporal philosophy, while also showing how the original McTaggartian distinctions could be extended and refined to address new questions about temporal reality. The A series/B series distinction remained central to temporal debates, while also proving flexible enough to accommodate diverse theoretical innovations. Contemporary temporal philosophy has also engaged more seriously with relativistic physics and its implications for temporal metaphysics. Einstein's special and general relativity theories challenged traditional assumptions about temporal simultaneity and temporal ordering that both A theory and B theory had taken for granted. These physical developments suggest that temporal reality might be more complex than either classical A theory or B theory anticipated. Relativistic temporal concepts require sophisticated integration of philosophical temporal analysis with mathematical physical theory in ways that go beyond the early 20th century origins of analytical temporal philosophy. The emergence of quantum mechanics also raised new questions about temporal reality and temporal measurement that neither A theory nor B theory had originally addressed. Quantum temporal phenomena suggest that temporal properties might be observer-dependent or measurement-dependent in ways that challenge classical assumptions about temporal objectivity. These scientific developments have motivated new approaches to temporal philosophy that attempt to integrate analytical philosophical techniques with contemporary physical understanding. The result has been increasingly sophisticated temporal theories that preserve analytical rigor while remaining consistent with empirical temporal research. As we approach the end of our exploration of the A-series/B series debate and its development within analytical philosophy, we can appreciate both the remarkable achievements and the persistent challenges that characterize this approach to temporal understanding. McTaggart's original distinctions provided analytical tools that enabled unprecedented precision in temporal reasoning, while also revealing deep problems in temporal concepts. The subsequent development of A theory and B theory demonstrated how analytical philosophy could make genuine progress on fundamental metaphysical questions through careful attention to logical structure and conceptual distinction. Yet the persistence of disagreement between these approaches also revealed the limits of purely analytical methods for resolving ultimate metaphysical questions. Perhaps most significantly, the analytical tradition established the importance of distinguishing between different aspects of temporal concepts that earlier philosophers had often conflated. The separation between temporal order and temporal passage, between temporal language and temporal reality, between temporal experience and temporal metaphysics, enabled more precise formulation of temporal questions, even when it did not provide definitive answers. The analytical approach also demonstrated the value of connecting temporal philosophy to broader developments in logic, language, and empirical research. Rather than treating temporal questions as isolated metaphysical problems, analytical philosophers showed how temporal understanding connects to questions about consciousness, meaning, causation, and physical reality. The legacy of analytical temporal philosophy thus involves both substantive theoretical contributions and methodological innovations that continue to influence contemporary temporal research. The techniques developed for analyzing temporal concepts have proven applicable to many other philosophical problems, while the specific insights about temporal reality continue to shape metaphysical debates. As we conclude this gentle journey through analytical temporal philosophy, we can rest in the appreciation of how careful logical analysis can illuminate even the most mysterious aspects of temporal reality. The precision and rigor that McTaggart and his successors brought to temporal questions exemplify philosophy's capacity to make genuine progress on fundamental questions about reality's nature. Tomorrow, as we continue our exploration into dynamic and static theories of time, we will see how the analytical distinctions we have examined tonight continue to influence contemporary debates about temporal passage and temporal reality. But for now, let the elegant logical structures we have traced carry you toward peaceful rest, rocking you gently on the eternal rhythms that connect logical analysis to temporal mystery. Chapter 6: Dynamic and Static Theories of Time. Welcome to this peaceful exploration of one of philosophy's most enduring debates about the nature of temporal reality. As you settle into the gentle rhythm of contemplation, allow your mind to flow between two profound visions of time that have captivated thinkers for generations. Tonight we drift through the fundamental question of whether time truly passes and flows. or whether this passage is merely an illusion created by consciousness, moving through a static temporal landscape. In the soft space between sleeping and learning, we find ourselves at the heart of a mystery that touches every moment of human experience. Does the present moment have a special reality that distinguishes it from past and future? Do events genuinely become real as they enter the present, then fade into the fixed reality of the past? Or is temporal passage merely a subjective phenomenon, a trick of consciousness that misleads us about the true nature of temporal reality? These questions flow directly from the analytical distinctions we explored in our previous chapter, but they carry us beyond technical philosophical debate into the lived reality of temporal experience. The dynamic theory of time affirms what seems most obvious about temporal reality, that time genuinely flows, that the present moment moves forward, that future possibilities become actual realities and then settle into the unchanging past. The static theory of time, by contrast, suggests that temporal passage is indeed illusory, that all moments exist equally in a tenseless temporal landscape, and that consciousness creates the appearance of temporal flow by its particular way of moving through this static four-dimensional reality. These competing visions offer fundamentally different pictures of what it means to exist in time. Let us begin by immersing ourselves in the dynamic vision of temporal reality, allowing our minds to flow with the intuitive sense of temporal passage that characterizes ordinary experience. When we think about time dynamically, we envision the present moment as a moving boundary between the no longer real past and the not yet real future. Reality itself has a temporal character, with genuine becoming and genuine perishing as central features of existence. From the dynamic perspective, temporal passage involves real changes in what exists. Events that were once merely possible become actual as they enter the present moment. These actualized events then become fixed features of the past, no longer changeable but serving as the foundation for future developments. Time involves genuine creativity, with each moment bringing something new into existence. This dynamic vision resonates deeply with lived temporal experience. We feel ourselves moving forward through time, making decisions that create new realities, witnessing the emergence of unprecedented events. The future seems open and full of possibilities, while the past appears settled and unchangeable. The present moment feels uniquely real, the point where possibility becomes actuality. Dynamic theories of time come in several varieties, each offering a different account of how temporal passage should be understood. Presentist versions of dynamic theory hold that only the present moment exists, with past events having ceased to exist and future events not yet existing. This view maximizes the special status of the present while ensuring that temporal passage involves genuine changes in what exists. Consider how presentism handles the relationship between past and present. When we remember historical events, according to presentism, we are not accessing currently existing past realities, but rather utilizing present memory traces of events that once existed but no longer do. The Civil War happened, but it no longer exists anywhere in reality. Our present memories and historical records provide evidence for past existence without requiring current existence of past events. This presentist approach preserves a robust sense of temporal becoming, while also according with a common sense feeling that the past is gone and the future is not yet here. Only the thin slice of reality we call the present moment has genuine existence, constantly moving forward and bringing new realities into being, while allowing old realities to pass away completely. Yet presentism faces significant philosophical challenges, particularly in explaining how past events can have present effects if they no longer exist. How can non-existent past causes produce present effects? How can present events be truthful about non-existent past realities? These problems have motivated alternative versions of dynamic theory that preserve temporal becoming while allowing broader temporal existence. The growing block theory offers a different dynamic vision in which both past and present events exist, but future events remain unreal. Reality resembles a growing four-dimensional block, with new slices being added at the advancing edge of the present moment. The past exists as much as the present, but the future remains genuinely open and undetermined. This growing block approach resolves some of presentism's difficulties by allowing past events to exist, and thus to serve as real foundations for present causal relationships. Past events can have present effects because they genuinely exist, even though they exist at earlier temporal locations than present events. Historical truths correspond to real past realities rather than to mere present evidence for non-existent past events. The growing edge of the block provides genuine temporal becoming without requiring the complete non-existence of past events. As time passes, new slices of reality are added to the growing block, creating genuine novelty and genuine temporal passage. The future remains unreal until it becomes present, preserving a meaningful distinction between actual realities and mere possibilities. Yet, the growing block theory faces its own puzzles, particularly about what makes the growing edge special compared to other temporal boundaries within the existing block. If past events exist just as much as present events, why should the boundary between present and future mark a fundamental difference in reality, while the boundary between different past moments does not? The moving spotlight theory offers yet another dynamic approach that allows all events to exist tenselessly while maintaining objective temporal becoming. According to this view, past, present, and future events all exist at their appropriate temporal locations. But temporal passage involves an objective spotlight of presentness that moves through the temporal dimension, illuminating different events as present at different times. This spotlight creates genuine temporal passage without requiring changes in what exists. Events do not come into existence or pass out of existence, but they do genuinely become present and then become past, as the spotlight moves through the temporal dimension. The spotlight itself constitutes objective temporal becoming, ensuring that temporal passage involves more than merely subjective consciousness, moving through static temporal reality. The moving spotlight approach avoids some difficulties facing presentism and growing block theory, but it faces questions about the nature of the spotlight itself. What is this spotlight that moves through time? What determines its location and movement? Does its movement require a meta-temporal framework that recreates the infinite regress problems that McTaggart identified? These various dynamic theories share a commitment to objective temporal becoming while differing about how such becoming should be understood. They all affirm that temporal passage involves genuine features of reality rather than merely subjective appearances, but they disagree about whether temporal passage requires changes in what exists or can be accommodated within frameworks that treat all events as equally real. Now let us turn our attention to the static theory of time, allowing our minds to drift into the very different vision of temporal reality that this approach offers. According to static theory, temporal passage is indeed illusory, but this does not make time itself unreal. Rather, time is a real dimension of reality, similar in some respects to spatial dimensions, within which all events exist at their appropriate temporal locations. From the static perspective, the appearance of temporal passage results from the specific characteristics of conscious temporal experience, rather than from objective features of temporal reality. Consciousness creates a subjective sense of now that seems to move through time, but this psychological phenomenon does not correspond to any objective temporal becoming in reality itself. This static vision treats all temporal positions as equally real, much as we normally think about spatial positions. Just as distant spatial locations exist even though we are not currently located there, past and future temporal locations exist even though we are not currently located then. The temporal dimension provides a framework for locating events, but it does not involve the kind of dynamic passage that conscious experience suggests. Static theorists argue that this tenseless view of time provides the most coherent and scientifically respectable account of temporal reality. Mathematical physics describes temporal relationships using tenseless equations that treat all temporal positions symmetrically. If we want philosophical temporal concepts to align with scientific temporal understanding, we should embrace the tenseless picture that physics employs. Consider how static theory handles the puzzles that dynamic theories face. Questions about the existence of past and future events disappear once we recognize that all events exist at their appropriate temporal locations. Past events exist at earlier temporal positions. Present events exist at current temporal positions, and future events exist at later temporal positions, just as spatially distant events exist at remote spatial positions. The problem of explaining how past events can have present effects also dissolves under static analysis. Past events can affect present events because both exist, separated by temporal rather than spatial distance. Causal relationships can hold between events at different temporal locations, just as they can hold between events at different spatial locations. Static theory also offers elegant accounts of temporal logic and temporal knowledge that avoid the complications temporal becoming introduces. If all events exist tenselessly, then propositions about past and future events have stable truth values that do not change as time passes. Logical relationships remain constant, rather than shifting with temporal passage. The static approach connects temporal philosophy to broader naturalistic philosophical movements that emphasize continuity between philosophical understanding and scientific knowledge. If physical science provides our best guide to reality's fundamental structure, and if physical science employs tenseless temporal concepts, then philosophical temporal analysis should conform to scientific temporal understanding. Yet static theory faces its own significant challenges, particularly in explaining the apparent asymmetries between past and future that characterize ordinary temporal experience. If all temporal positions are equally real, why do we remember the past but not the future? Why do we feel that we can influence the future but not the past? Why does causation seem to flow from earlier to later rather than in both directions? Static theorists have developed sophisticated responses to these asymmetry challenges, often appealing to thermodynamic, cosmological, or information-theoretic principles to explain temporal directedness without invoking objective temporal becoming. The apparent flow of time might result from increasing entropy, expanding universe geometry, or the accumulation of information and causal influence. The thermodynamic approach suggests that temporal asymmetry results from the second law of thermodynamics, which describes the tendency for entropy to increase over time. This increase in disorder creates an objective temporal arrow that distinguishes past from future without requiring objective temporal becoming. We remember the past rather than the future because memory formation requires low entropy initial conditions that exist in the past direction. The cosmological approach connects temporal asymmetry to the expanding universe and the particular initial conditions that characterize our cosmic epoch. The Big Bang created highly ordered initial conditions from which complexity and structure have gradually emerged. This cosmological temporal arrow provides objective temporal directedness without requiring temporal passage. Information-theoretic approaches focus on the accumulation of information and causal influence over time. Earlier events influence later events, more than later events influence earlier events because causal influence typically propagates from past to future. This causal asymmetry creates apparent temporal directedness, without requiring objective temporal becoming. These static approaches to temporal asymmetry demonstrate the resourcefulness of tenseless theories in explaining apparent temporal phenomena without appealing to temporal passage. Yet they also reveal the complexity of maintaining static temporal theories in the face of robust temporal asymmetries that seem to demand more dynamic explanations. The debate between dynamic and static theories also connects to fundamental questions about the relationship between scientific knowledge and philosophical understanding. Should philosophical theories about time conform to the mathematical temporal concepts that physics employs, or can philosophical analysis reveal features of temporal reality that scientific methods cannot access? Dynamic theorists often argue that lived temporal experience provides direct access to objective temporal becoming that scientific observation cannot capture. The feeling of temporal passage, the sense of presentness, the experience of making real choices about open futures, all suggest genuine temporal dynamism that mathematical physics abstracts away for purposes of measurement and prediction. Static theorists respond that subjective temporal experience, however compelling, cannot override objective scientific evidence about temporal reality's structure. The fact that temporal passage feels real does not make it objectively real, any more than the fact that the Earth feels stationary makes it objectively motionless. Science has repeatedly shown that subjective experience can mislead us about objective reality. This disagreement about the relationship between experience and reality reflects broader philosophical debates about empiricism, phenomenology, and the nature of consciousness. Can conscious experience provide direct access to reality's fundamental structure, or must it always be corrected by objective scientific investigation? The emergence of relativity theory in early 20th century physics added new complexity to debates between dynamic and static theories of time. Einstein's special relativity challenged traditional assumptions about temporal simultaneity by showing that events simultaneous in one reference frame may not be simultaneous in others. This relativity of simultaneity seems to undermine objective temporal becoming. If there is no objective fact about which events are simultaneous, then there seems to be no objective fact about which events are present at any given time. But objective temporal becoming seems to require an objective present moment that advances through time. The relativity of simultaneity thus appears to support static theories while creating problems for dynamic approaches. Dynamic theorists have responded to relativistic challenges in various ways. Some argue that relativity theory, properly interpreted, does not actually eliminate objective simultaneity, but rather shows that simultaneity is relative to reference frames in complex ways. Others suggest that quantum mechanical considerations might restore absolute simultaneity despite relativistic complications. Still, other dynamic theorists have embraced relativistic insights while developing new forms of dynamic theory that can accommodate relativistic temporal structures. These neodynamic approaches attempt to preserve temporal becoming within relativistic frameworks, often by focusing on local rather than global temporal becoming. Static theorists, by contrast, have generally embraced relativistic temporal concepts as supporting evidence for tenseless theories of time. The four-dimensional spacetime of relativity theory treats temporal and spatial dimensions symmetrically in ways that seem to support static, rather than dynamic temporal understanding. The debate between dynamic and static theories has also been influenced by developments in quantum mechanics, though the implications of quantum theory for temporal metaphysics remain contested. Some interpretations of quantum mechanics seem to require objective temporal becoming to account for measurement processes and wave function collapse. Other quantum interpretations, particularly those that embrace many worlds or hidden variable approaches, seem more compatible with static temporal theories. The relationship between quantum mechanics and temporal metaphysics remains an active area of research that continues to influence debates between dynamic and static approaches. Contemporary philosophy of mind has also contributed to debates between dynamic and static theories through detailed investigations of temporal consciousness and temporal experience. Phenomenological analyses of temporal awareness have revealed the complexity of conscious temporal synthesis, while raising questions about how temporal consciousness relates to objective temporal reality. Some philosophers of mind argue that the structure of temporal consciousness provides evidence for objective temporal becoming. The way consciousness synthesizes temporal experience through retention, impression, and protension seems to require genuine temporal passage rather than mere movement through static temporal reality. Others contend that detailed analysis of temporal consciousness actually supports static theories by showing how subjective temporal passage can emerge from more basic cognitive processes operating within tenseless temporal frameworks. The apparent flow of time results from information processing characteristics rather than from objective temporal dynamics. These debates about temporal consciousness reveal the complex relationships between subjective temporal experience and objective temporal reality that any adequate theory of time must address. Neither purely objective nor purely subjective approaches seem sufficient to capture the full complexity of temporal phenomena. Recent developments in experimental psychology and cognitive neuroscience have also provided empirical data about temporal perception and temporal processing that both dynamic and static theorists must accommodate. The discovery of neural mechanisms underlying temporal perception suggests that temporal experience involves complex information processing rather than simple temporal intuition. Yet these empirical discoveries remain open to multiple interpretations that can support either dynamic or static theoretical frameworks. The neurological basis of temporal experience might reveal either how consciousness accesses objective temporal becoming, or how it constructs apparent temporal passage from more basic atemporal processes. As we approach the end of our gentle exploration of dynamic and static theories of time, we can appreciate both the profound insights and the persistent challenges that characterize this fundamental debate. The tension between lived temporal experience and theoretical temporal analysis reveals deep questions about the relationship between consciousness and reality that extend far beyond temporal philosophy. Dynamic theories preserve the intuitive sense of temporal passage while facing significant challenges in providing coherent accounts of temporal existence and temporal measurement. Static theories offer elegant theoretical frameworks while struggling to explain the robust temporal asymmetries that characterize ordinary experience. Perhaps the most important insight emerging from this debate is the recognition that temporal reality involves multiple dimensions that may require different types of theoretical treatment. Physical temporal relationships, conscious temporal experience, and practical temporal organization might all be real without reducing to a single fundamental temporal framework. The debate between dynamic and static theories has also demonstrated the value of connecting temporal philosophy to broader developments in physics, psychology, and philosophy of mind. Temporal questions cannot be resolved through purely abstract metaphysical analysis, but require engagement with empirical research and scientific theory. Contemporary temporal philosophy increasingly recognizes that both dynamic and static insights capture important aspects of temporal reality that any complete temporal theory must accommodate. Rather than simply choosing between temporal passage and temporal stasis, future temporal theories may need to integrate both perspectives within more comprehensive frameworks. The persistence of disagreement between dynamic and static approaches also reveals the depth and complexity of temporal reality itself. Time may be sufficiently rich and multifaceted that no single theoretical perspective can capture its full nature. The continued vitality of both dynamic and static research programs suggests that each contributes essential insights to temporal understanding. As we conclude this peaceful journey through one of philosophy's most enduring debates, we can rest in the appreciation of how profoundly questions about temporal passage connect to fundamental issues about consciousness, reality, and human existence. The debate between dynamic and static theories illuminates not only the nature of time but also the nature of philosophical inquiry itself. Tomorrow, as we continue our exploration into the relationship between time, physics, and the universe, we will see how these philosophical debates about temporal passage relate to scientific discoveries about the physical foundations of temporal reality. But for now, let the gentle tension between temporal flow and temporal stillness carry you toward peaceful rest, rocking you softly on the eternal rhythms that connect conscious experience to temporal mystery. Chapter 7. Time, Physics, and the Universe. Welcome to this peaceful exploration of how modern physics has revolutionized our understanding of time's place in the cosmic order. As you settle into the gentle rhythm of discovery, allow your mind to drift through the extraordinary insights that 20th and 21st century science has revealed about temporal reality. Tonight, we journey beyond the philosophical debates we have been exploring into the realm where mathematics meets the deepest mysteries of existence, where time itself becomes a player in the cosmic drama, rather than merely its stage. In the soft transition from philosophical speculation to scientific discovery, we find ourselves in a universe far stranger and more beautiful than earlier generations could have imagined. The absolute time that Newton envisioned as the unchanging framework of physical reality has given way to a dynamic, malleable dimension that can stretch and compress, curve and twist, emerge and perhaps even end. Time has become not just the measure of change but an active participant in the fundamental processes that shape cosmic evolution. Our journey begins with Albert Einstein's special theory of relativity, published in 1905, which transformed our understanding of time's relationship to space, motion, and the fundamental structure of reality. Einstein's insights emerged from careful attention to the behavior of light and the principles of electromagnetic theory, but their implications extended far beyond physics into the very foundations of temporal existence. The heart of special relativity lies in its recognition that the speed of light in vacuum represents a fundamental constant of nature, the same for all observers regardless of their motion. This seemingly simple principle led to revolutionary conclusions about the nature of temporal and spatial relationships that challenged millennia of assumptions about time's absolute character. Consider the profound implications of this constancy of light speed. If light travels at the same speed for all observers, then observers moving at different velocities cannot agree about the temporal and spatial intervals between events. What appears as simultaneous to one observer may appear as sequential to another. What seems like a brief temporal interval to one observer may seem like a longer interval to another, moving at high relative velocity. This relativity of simultaneity dissolves the absolute temporal framework that had seemed essential to Newton's physics and to common sense temporal understanding. There is no universal now that divides past from future for all observers throughout the universe. Instead, the division between past and future depends on the observer's state of motion, creating a more complex temporal landscape than anyone had previously imagined. Time dilation provides perhaps the most dramatic illustration of special relativity's temporal implications. Clocks moving at high velocities relative to an observer appear to run slowly compared to clocks at rest. This is not merely an apparent effect due to measurement difficulties, but a genuine feature of temporal reality itself. Time literally passes more slowly for rapidly moving objects than for stationary ones. Imagine astronauts traveling to distant stars at speeds approaching the speed of light. During their journey, they would experience time normally from their own perspective, but observers on Earth would see their clocks running slowly. A journey that takes decades from Earth's perspective might take only months or years from the traveler's perspective. Upon their return, the astronauts would have aged less than their Earthbound companions. This time dilation effect has been confirmed countless times through precise experiments with atomic clocks, particle accelerators, and astronomical observations. It is not a theoretical speculation, but a measured reality that affects everything from GPS satellite navigation to the decay rates of subatomic particles. Time really does depend on motion in the precise ways that Einstein's equations predict. The length contraction that accompanies time dilation reveals the intimate connection between temporal and spatial relationships in Einstein's framework. Objects appear shortened in their direction of motion when observed from reference frames moving at high relative velocity. Space and time are not independent dimensions, but interconnected aspects of a unified four-dimensional space-time continuum. This space-time unification represents one of Einstein's most profound insights. Rather than treating time as an absolute background against which spatial relationships unfold, relativity theory treats temporal and spatial relationships as different aspects of a single geometric structure. Events are located in four-dimensional space-time positions rather than in separate temporal and spatial coordinates. The mathematical description of space-time reveals temporal and spatial intervals as components of more fundamental space-time intervals that remain invariant across different reference frames. While different observers disagree about the temporal and spatial separations between events, they agree about the space-time intervals that combine temporal and spatial relationships in precise mathematical ways. This geometric approach to space-time provides elegant solutions to many puzzles about relativistic temporal relationships, while also revealing new mysteries about the nature of temporal reality. The four-dimensional space-time of special relativity treats temporal and spatial dimensions symmetrically in many respects, yet the temporal dimension retains distinctive characteristics that distinguish it from spatial dimensions. Einstein's general theory of relativity, completed in 1915, extended these insights by incorporating gravitational effects into the geometric structure of space-time itself. According to general relativity, massive objects curve space-time geometry, and this curvature manifests itself as gravitational attraction. Time becomes not just relative to motion, but also relative to gravitational fields. The gravitational time dilation, predicted by general relativity, shows that time passes more slowly in stronger gravitational fields. Clocks closer to massive objects run slower than clocks further away. This effect has been measured with extraordinary precision using atomic clocks at different altitudes, confirming Einstein's predictions to remarkable accuracy. Consider the implications of gravitational time dilation for our understanding of temporal reality. Time near the surface of a neutron star, where gravitational fields are extraordinarily strong, passes much more slowly than time in the weak gravitational field far from any massive object. An observer falling into a black hole would experience time normally from their own perspective, but distant observers would see their clocks slowing down and eventually appearing to stop at the event horizon. These gravitational effects on time reveal that temporal reality is far more complex and contextual than Newton's absolute time suggested. There is no single universal temporal framework that applies throughout the universe. Instead, time depends on location within the gravitational landscape of cosmic matter and energy distribution. General relativity also predicts the existence of gravitational waves, ripples in space-time geometry itself that propagate at the speed of light. The detection of gravitational waves by the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, starting in 2015, provided direct confirmation that space-time can be dynamically distorted and that temporal relationships can literally stretch and compress as gravitational waves pass through. The cosmological implications of general relativity have revolutionized our understanding of time's relationship to the universe as a whole. Einstein's equations suggest that the universe itself has a temporal history, expanding from an initial state of extreme density and temperature in what we now call the Big Bang. Time itself may have begun with this cosmic expansion rather than stretching infinitely into the past. This scientific account of temporal beginning provides a remarkable parallel to theological accounts of creation while differing in crucial details. The Big Bang represents not creation from nothing, but rather the emergence of space and time from initial conditions that may be described by physics but remain mysterious in their ultimate origin. Time begins not through divine fiat but through natural processes that we can partially understand through mathematical physics. The expanding universe also creates a cosmic temporal arrow that distinguishes past from future on the largest scales. The universe was denser and hotter in the past, and will be less dense and cooler in the future, at least according to current cosmological models. This cosmic temporal directedness provides an objective temporal asymmetry that may help explain the temporal asymmetries we observe in local physical processes. Contemporary cosmology has revealed even more exotic possibilities for temporal reality than Einstein originally envisioned. Inflationary cosmology suggests that the universe underwent a period of extremely rapid expansion in its earliest moments, during which space and time themselves expanded faster than the speed of light. Quantum cosmology explores scenarios in which time might be finite but unbounded, beginning smoothly without a sharp initial moment. String theory and other approaches to quantum gravity suggest that space and time might not be fundamental features of reality, but rather emergent properties of more basic quantum mechanical processes. At the Planck scale, where quantum effects become important for gravitational physics, the smooth space-time of general relativity may break down into a foamy quantum structure in which time itself becomes uncertain and probabilistic. These speculative developments suggest that our current understanding of time, remarkable as it is, may still be incomplete. Future physics may reveal even more surprising features of temporal reality, perhaps showing that time is not fundamental but emerges from timeless quantum processes, or that multiple temporal dimensions exist, or that time can branch and merge in ways that our current theories cannot accommodate. Quantum mechanics, the other great revolution in 20th century physics, has raised its own distinctive questions about temporal reality that remain hotly debated among physicists and philosophers. The Schrödinger equation, which describes quantum mechanical evolution, is perfectly time-reversible and deterministic, yet quantum measurements seem to introduce irreversible temporal processes that distinguish past from future. The measurement problem in quantum mechanics involves deep questions about the relationship between temporal evolution and temporal observation. Before measurement, quantum systems evolve according to the deterministic Schrödinger equation in superposition states that combine multiple possibilities. During measurement, These superpositions appear to collapse into definite outcomes, creating irreversible temporal records. This quantum mechanical measurement process seems to require genuine temporal becoming in ways that challenge static theories of time. If quantum measurements create new realities rather than simply revealing pre-existing properties, then the future seems genuinely open and undetermined in ways that support dynamic approaches to temporal understanding. Yet other interpretations of quantum mechanics avoid temporal becoming by treating measurement as a purely subjective process that reveals pre-existing properties without creating new realities. The many worlds interpretation suggests that all quantum possibilities are realized in parallel universes, eliminating the need for objective collapse processes and supporting static temporal theories. The relationship between quantum mechanics and relativity theory remains one of the deepest unsolved problems in contemporary physics. Quantum field theory provides a partial unification that incorporates special relativity into quantum mechanics, but a complete quantum theory of gravity that unifies quantum mechanics with general relativity remains elusive. This quantum gravity problem has fundamental implications for temporal understanding because it involves the quantum mechanical behavior of space-time geometry itself. At sufficiently small scales and high energies, quantum effects should cause space-time to fluctuate in ways that may make ordinary temporal concepts inapplicable. Loop quantum gravity, one approach to quantum gravity, suggests that space and time have discrete atomic structures at the Planck scale. Time may come in indivisible temporal atoms, rather than flowing continuously, as classical physics assumes. These temporal atoms would represent the smallest possible temporal intervals, below which the concept of temporal duration becomes meaningless. Other approaches to quantum gravity, including string theory and causal set theory, offer different pictures of how temporal reality might behave in quantum gravitational regimes. The diversity of these approaches reflects the depth of our current ignorance about temporal reality's ultimate foundations, but it also suggests the richness of possibilities that future physics may reveal. The emergence of complexity science and nonlinear dynamics has also contributed new perspectives on temporal reality that bridge physics and other disciplines. Complex systems often exhibit temporal behaviors that cannot be predicted from knowledge of their components, revealing emergent temporal properties that arise from nonlinear interactions between system elements. Chaos theory shows that deterministic systems can exhibit unpredictable temporal behavior due to sensitive dependence on initial conditions. Even when the fundamental laws are time-reversible and deterministic, practical temporal prediction becomes impossible beyond certain time horizons. This suggests that temporal predictability may be limited even in a fully deterministic universe. The study of self-organizing systems reveals temporal patterns that emerge spontaneously from local interactions without central coordination. These emergent temporal rhythms suggest that time may have multiple levels of organization, from fundamental physical time to emergent biological and social temporal patterns that operate according to different principles. Thermodynamics and statistical mechanics provide crucial insights into temporal asymmetry that connect microscopic physical laws to macroscopic temporal experience. The second law of thermodynamics describes the tendency for entropy to increase over time, creating an objective temporal arrow that distinguishes past from future in terms of decreasing organization and increasing disorder. This thermodynamic temporal arrow emerges from statistical principles rather than fundamental temporal asymmetries in physical laws. The microscopic laws of physics are generally time-reversible, but statistical considerations make entropy decrease extraordinarily unlikely in systems with many components. The temporal asymmetry we observe results from special initial conditions rather than temporal asymmetries in fundamental laws. The thermodynamic approach to temporal asymmetry has been extended to information theory, where the accumulation of information over time creates another temporal arrow that may help explain psychological and biological temporal asymmetries. We remember the past but not the future, because information accumulation typically proceeds from past to future, creating records of earlier events but not later ones. Contemporary work in the physics of time has also explored exotic temporal phenomena that challenge ordinary temporal concepts. Time travel, wormholes, closed time-like curves, and other possibilities suggested by general relativity raise fundamental questions about temporal consistency and causal relationships. If time travel were possible, could travelers change the past in ways that prevent their own time travel? How should we understand causal relationships in spacetimes that allow effects to precede their causes? These questions reveal tensions between general relativity's geometric approach to spacetime and ordinary assumptions about temporal and causal ordering. The grandfather paradox and other temporal paradoxes have motivated sophisticated analyses of temporal logic and causal consistency that connect physics to philosophy of time. Some physicists argue that consistency principles forbid time travel despite its apparent compatibility with general relativity, while others suggest that multiple timelines or parallel universes might resolve temporal paradoxes. The study of black holes has revealed particularly striking connections between temporal physics and information theory. The information paradox asks how information that falls into black holes can be preserved if black holes eventually evaporate through Hawking radiation. This problem requires understanding the relationship between temporal evolution and information conservation in quantum gravitational systems. Recent work on holographic principles suggests that information falling into black holes may be encoded on their surfaces rather than in their interiors, creating new perspectives on the relationship between temporal evolution and information storage. These developments suggest deep connections between temporal physics and information theory that may reshape our understanding of time's fundamental nature. The accelerating expansion of the universe, discovered in the late 20th century, has also raised new questions about time's cosmic future. If cosmic acceleration continues indefinitely, the universe may expand forever, eventually reaching a state of maximum entropy, in which no further temporal evolution is possible. This heat-death scenario suggests that time itself may have a finite future, even if it has an infinite duration. Alternative cosmological scenarios suggest different temporal futures, including cyclic universes that undergo infinite sequences of expansion and contraction, or multiverse theories, in which our temporal reality is embedded within larger temporal structures. These speculative possibilities reveal how much we still do not understand about time's relationship to cosmic evolution. The anthropic principle raises questions about the relationship between temporal reality and conscious observation that connect cosmology to philosophy of mind. Why do we observe a universe with temporal properties compatible with the emergence of conscious observers? Is temporal reality fine-tuned for the existence of consciousness, or do we inevitably observe temporal properties compatible with our own existence? These anthropic questions suggest deep connections between temporal physics and the existence of conscious observers that may require new approaches bridging physics and philosophy. The relationship between time and consciousness remains one of the deepest unsolved problems in our understanding of temporal reality. As we approach the end of our exploration of time, physics, and the universe, we can appreciate the extraordinary transformation that modern science has brought to temporal understanding. The absolute time of Newton's universe has given way to a dynamic, relative, quantum mechanical temporal reality that exceeds the imagination of earlier generations. Yet these scientific discoveries have also revealed the depth of temporal mystery rather than eliminating it. Each answer that physics provides about temporal reality raises new questions that push the boundaries of current understanding. Time remains as mysterious as ever, even as we understand much more about its physical properties and cosmic role. The relationship between physical temporal concepts and lived temporal experience also remains complex and unsettled. Does the time dilation of relativity theory affect conscious temporal experience, or only the physical clocks that measure temporal intervals? How does quantum mechanical temporal uncertainty relate to the temporal uncertainty that characterizes conscious decision-making? These questions suggest that future progress in temporal understanding will require continued dialogue between physics and philosophy, between scientific investigation and philosophical reflection. Neither purely empirical nor purely theoretical approaches seem sufficient to capture the full complexity of temporal reality. The cosmic perspective that modern physics provides also places human temporal experience within a broader context that both humbles and inspires. We exist within a universe that is billions of years old and may continue for billions or trillions of years more. Our individual temporal experiences represent tiny fragments of cosmic temporal evolution, yet they are also the means through which the universe becomes conscious of its own temporal nature. This cosmic temporal perspective suggests that time is simultaneously the most personal and the most universal aspect of reality. Every conscious being experiences temporal flow, yet this flow participates in cosmic temporal processes that connect local experience to universal evolution. Understanding time requires attending to both the intimate and the cosmic dimensions of temporal reality. As we conclude this peaceful journey through the physics of time and its cosmic implications, we can rest in the wonder of inhabiting a universe where time itself is an active participant in the ongoing evolution of reality. The temporal reality revealed by modern physics is far richer and more mysterious than absolute time, yet it provides the context within which consciousness emerges and contemplates its own temporal nature. Tomorrow, as we continue our exploration into the phenomenology and experience of time, we will see how these physical insights about temporal reality relate to the lived experience of temporal consciousness. But for now, let the vast temporal rhythms of cosmic evolution carry you toward peaceful rest, rocking you gently on the eternal currents that connect individual temporal experience to universal temporal becoming. Chapter 8: Phenomenology and the Experience of Time. In this gentle exploration of how consciousness creates and inhabits temporal experience, we turn our attention from the objective structures of physical time to the intimate reality of lived temporality. As you settle into the peaceful rhythm of contemplation, allow your mind to drift through the rich landscape of temporal awareness, where each moment contains traces of what has been and anticipations of what might come to be. Tonight we immerse ourselves in the phenomenological tradition, that careful method of examining consciousness as it actually presents itself to us, without the theoretical assumptions that often cloud our understanding of mental life. Here, in the quiet space between analytical philosophy and empirical psychology, we discover a temporal reality that is neither purely objective nor merely subjective, but rather the lived foundation from which all other temporal concepts emerge. The phenomenological approach to time begins with a simple yet profound recognition Before we can understand time as physicists measure it or philosophers analyze it, we must first understand time as consciousness experiences it. This lived temporality provides the foundation for all other temporal understanding, yet it operates according to principles that differ dramatically from both clock time and theoretical time. Edmund Husserl, the founder of phenomenological philosophy, devoted careful attention to what he called the, quote, phenomenology of internal time consciousness. His investigations revealed that temporal awareness involves a complex synthesis that creates temporal unity from what would otherwise be a mere succession of disconnected moments. This temporal synthesis represents one of consciousness's most fundamental achievements. Consider the simple experience of listening to a melody. Each note sounds only briefly, yet we somehow hear the melody as a unified temporal structure rather than as isolated sonic events. How does consciousness create this temporal unity? How do we hear relationships between notes that no longer sound and notes that have not yet arrived? This musical temporality provides a perfect example of the synthetic activity through which consciousness constitutes temporal experience. Husserl's analysis revealed that each moment of consciousness contains not just present awareness but also what he called retention and protension. Retention involves the conscious holding of what has just passed away, not as memory of something no longer present, but as a still present trace of what has just occurred. Protension involves the conscious anticipation of what is about to arrive, not as prediction of future events, but as present awareness of temporal tendency and direction. This temporal synthesis creates what Husserl called the living present, a complex temporal field that encompasses past, present, and future within each moment of awareness. The living present is not a mathematical point between past and future, but rather a rich temporal duration within which consciousness actively constitutes temporal relationships and temporal meaning. The structure of retention reveals something remarkable about conscious temporal experience. When we retain the just past phases of experience, we do not simply store copies of earlier moments, but rather transform them into temporal relationships that exist only within present consciousness. The retained phases become elements in a temporal pattern that consciousness actively maintains and continuously modifies. This retentional consciousness differs fundamentally from memory in the ordinary sense. Memory involves the conscious reproduction of past experiences that are recognized as past, while retention involves the present consciousness of temporal flow itself. Without retention, there would be no temporal consciousness at all, only a succession of unrelated momentary states. Protension, similarly, involves not prediction or expectation in the cognitive sense, but rather the temporal directedness that consciousness exhibits toward its own future phases. Consciousness always has a temporal horizon, a sense of where temporal experience is heading, even when it cannot predict specific future contents. The relationship between retention, present impression, and protension creates what Husserl called temporal flow, the basic structure through which consciousness experiences temporality. This flow is not something consciousness observes, but rather something consciousness is. Temporal consciousness does not exist in time, but rather creates temporal experience through its own temporal structure. This insight has profound implications for understanding the relationship between subjective and objective time. Rather than treating conscious temporal experience as a psychological reaction to objective temporal processes, phenomenology reveals that temporal experience involves consciousness actively constituting temporal relationships through its own temporal structure. Martin Heidegger developed these Husserlian insights in new directions by connecting temporal consciousness to the broader structure of human existence. For Heidegger, temporality is not just a feature of consciousness, but the fundamental structure of human being itself. We do not have temporal experiences. Rather, we are temporal beings, whose very existence is constituted through temporal relationships. Heidegger's analysis in being and time revealed three fundamental temporal dimensions that he called ecstasies: pastness, presentness, and futurity. These are not temporal locations, but rather temporal directions or orientations that characterize human existence. We exist as thrown into a past that we inherit but did not choose, as falling into a present that disperses our attention among immediate concerns, and as projecting toward futures that we anticipate and choose. The temporal structure of human existence involves what Heidegger called being toward death, the recognition that human life is finite and that this finitude gives urgency and meaning to temporal choice. Unlike other beings that simply exist within time, human beings exist as essentially temporal, aware of their own temporality, and responsible for creating meaning within temporal limitation. This existential temporality differs from both clock time and Husserlian time consciousness by emphasizing the practical and ethical dimensions of temporal existence. We do not simply experience temporal flow, but rather inhabit temporal possibilities that require decision and commitment. Temporality becomes the medium within which authentic existence becomes possible. Heidegger distinguished between authentic and inauthentic temporal existence. Inauthentic temporality involves losing oneself in the immediate present, following social conventions and avoiding the anxiety that comes with recognizing genuine temporal possibility. Authentic temporality involves resoluteness, the willingness to take responsibility for one's temporal existence by choosing possibilities that express one's own most potential. This distinction between authentic and inauthentic temporality reveals the ethical dimensions of temporal experience that purely descriptive approaches often overlook. How we inhabit temporality matters not just for understanding consciousness, but for understanding what it means to live well within temporal limitation. Maurice Merleau-Ponty extended phenomenological temporal analysis by emphasizing the embodied character of temporal consciousness. For Merleau-Ponty, temporal experience is not simply mental, but involves the entire bodily engagement with world and situation. The body provides the temporal rhythms and temporal orientations through which consciousness inhabits temporal reality. Consider how bodily rhythms create temporal experience. Breathing, heartbeat, walking, and countless other bodily processes create temporal patterns that shape conscious temporal awareness. These bodily temporalities provide the foundation for more complex temporal experiences, while also connecting individual temporal consciousness to natural and social temporal rhythms. Merleau-Ponty's analysis revealed that temporal experience involves what he called motor intentionality, the body's practical engagement with temporal possibilities. We do not simply think about temporal relationships, but rather inhabit them through bodily action and bodily anticipation. The body knows temporal relationships in ways that conscious reflection cannot fully capture. This embodied temporality also involves temporal depth, the recognition that conscious temporal experience emerges from pre-conscious bodily processes that create temporal orientation and temporal readiness. Consciousness does not create temporal experience from nothing, but rather emerges from embodied temporal processes that connect individual existence to environmental and social temporal patterns. The phenomenological tradition has also contributed detailed analyses of specific temporal experiences that reveal the complexity and diversity of lived temporality. The experience of waiting, for instance, involves distinctive temporal structures that differ from ordinary temporal flow. During waiting, the future becomes hyperpresent, while the present seems suspended or slowed. Boredom provides another example of distinctive temporal experience. During boredom, time seems to slow down or stop, creating a peculiar temporal experience in which duration becomes oppressive and empty. This boredom reveals our dependence on temporal engagement and temporal meaning for temporal well-being. The experience of intense engagement, by contrast, often involves temporal acceleration, in which hours pass like minutes. This temporal compression reveals how attention and interest shape temporal experience in ways that clock time cannot measure. Lived temporal duration depends on the quality of temporal engagement rather than simply on quantitative temporal measurement. Memory and anticipation also involve complex temporal structures that phenomenological analysis has illuminated. Remembering is not simply accessing stored information, but rather a complex temporal act that brings past experience into present consciousness, while maintaining awareness of temporal distance. The remembered past exists within present consciousness, yet retains its character as past. Similarly, anticipation involves complex temporal relationships between present awareness and future possibility. Anticipated futures exist within present consciousness, yet retain their character as not yet real. The structure of anticipation reveals how consciousness can be directed toward non-present temporal contents while remaining anchored in present temporal flow. Phenomenological investigations have also revealed the temporal structure of perception itself. Perceiving involves temporal synthesis that creates stable perceptual objects from flowing sensory contents. The visual perception of motion, for instance, requires temporal synthesis that connects successive spatial positions into unified movement patterns. Auditory perception provides particularly clear examples of temporal synthesis in perceptual experience. Hearing speech or music requires consciousness to synthesize temporal sequences into meaningful linguistic or musical structures. Without temporal synthesis, we would hear only disconnected sounds rather than meaningful temporal patterns. The phenomenology of temporal perception has revealed that perception is not simply reception of information, but rather active temporal constitution that creates perceptual meaning through temporal relationships. This constitutive activity occurs largely pre-consciously, but provides the foundation for all conscious temporal experience. Phenomenological temporal analysis has also illuminated the temporal structure of emotional experience. Emotions involve distinctive temporal orientations that shape how consciousness inhabits temporal flow. Fear involves temporal contraction around anticipated threats, while hope involves temporal expansion toward positive possibilities. Grief provides a particularly complex example of emotional temporality. Grieving involves the painful recognition that a valued past can no longer be continued into the future, creating temporal disruption that requires gradual temporal reorganization. The work of mourning involves learning to inhabit temporality differently after significant temporal loss. Joy and celebration, by contrast, often involve temporal expansion, in which present moments seem especially rich and meaningful. These positive emotional temporalities reveal the relationship between temporal experience and temporal value, showing how meaning and significance shape the quality of temporal flow. The phenomenological tradition has also examined collective and social dimensions of temporal experience that connect individual temporal consciousness to shared temporal rhythms. Social temporality involves coordinating individual temporal experiences through shared temporal frameworks, but it also creates distinctive temporal experiences that emerge from social interaction. Consider the temporal experience of conversation. Genuine dialogue involves temporal coordination that creates shared temporal rhythms and shared temporal meaning. Speaking and listening require temporal sensitivity that allows participants to coordinate their temporal contributions while remaining open to temporal surprise and temporal discovery. Cultural and historical temporal experience involves even more complex forms of temporal sharing. Participating in cultural traditions requires temporal consciousness that can connect personal temporal experience to transpersonal temporal patterns that extend across generations. Historical consciousness involves temporal awareness that can encompass temporal scales far beyond individual temporal experience. Contemporary phenomenological work has also examined pathological temporal experiences that reveal the complexity of normal temporal consciousness by showing what happens when temporal synthesis breaks down. Schizophrenia often involves temporal fragmentation in which normal temporal synthesis becomes impossible, creating experiences of temporal chaos and temporal meaninglessness. Depression frequently involves temporal contraction in which past and future become inaccessible, trapping consciousness in an eternal present that lacks temporal depth and temporal possibility. Mania, by contrast, often involves temporal acceleration that makes normal temporal synthesis impossible, creating experiences of temporal overflow and temporal confusion. These pathological temporal experiences reveal that normal temporal consciousness involves complex achievements that can be disrupted by various forms of illness and disorder. Understanding pathological temporality helps illuminate the structures of healthy temporal experience while also raising questions about temporal therapy and temporal healing. The relationship between phenomenological temporal analysis and empirical temporal research remains complex and sometimes controversial. Cognitive neuroscience has discovered neural mechanisms underlying temporal perception and temporal memory that seem to correspond to some phenomenological descriptions while challenging others. The discovery of neural clocks and neural timing mechanisms suggests that temporal experience involves sophisticated information processing that operates largely below the threshold of conscious awareness. These neural temporal processes provide the foundation for conscious temporal experience, while also constraining the forms that temporal consciousness can take. Yet phenomenological analysis reveals aspects of temporal experience that neurological research cannot easily capture. The meaning and significance that characterize lived temporal experience involve intentional relationships that may not reduce to neural mechanisms, even if they depend on neural processes for their realization. Contemporary phenomenology has also engaged with technological transformations of temporal experience that create new forms of temporal consciousness and new temporal challenges. Digital technologies create temporal experiences that differ from natural temporal rhythms, while also offering new possibilities for temporal coordination and temporal connection. Social media and digital communication create temporal experiences that compress geographical distance while also fragmenting temporal attention. Email, text messaging, and social networking create expectations of temporal availability that can overwhelm natural temporal rhythms, while also enabling new forms of temporal sharing. Virtual reality and digital gaming create artificial temporal environments that can become deeply engaging while also potentially disrupting normal temporal orientation. These technological temporal experiences raise questions about temporal authenticity and temporal well-being that phenomenological analysis is well positioned to address. The phenomenological tradition has also contributed to understanding aging and temporal development as distinctive forms of temporal experience. Growing older involves changes in temporal consciousness that affect how we experience temporal flow, temporal depth, and temporal possibility. These developmental temporal changes reveal the intimate relationship between biological and experiential temporality. Childhood temporal experience differs from adult temporal experience in ways that reflect both cognitive development and accumulated temporal experience. Children often experience temporal flow differently than adults, with less developed temporal planning abilities but sometimes greater temporal presence and temporal spontaneity. Elderly temporal experience often involves distinctive temporal perspectives that encompass long temporal horizons, while also facing temporal limitation in new ways. The accumulation of temporal experience creates temporal wisdom, while the approach of death creates temporal urgency that can transform temporal priorities and temporal values. As we reach the conclusion of our exploration of phenomenological approaches to temporal experience, we can appreciate the remarkable richness and complexity that this tradition has revealed in lived temporality. Far from being a simple subjective reaction to objective temporal processes, temporal consciousness involves sophisticated synthetic activities that create temporal meaning and temporal value through complex temporal relationships. The phenomenological insights we have explored reveal that temporal experience involves multiple levels of temporal organization, from preconscious, bodily temporal rhythms to conscious temporal synthesis to reflective temporal understanding. Each level contributes essential aspects to temporal experience, while also creating distinctive temporal possibilities and temporal challenges. Perhaps most importantly, phenomenological temporal analysis has shown that temporal experience is not simply something we have, but something we are. Temporal consciousness is not an optional feature of mental life, but rather the fundamental structure through which consciousness constitutes itself and its world. Understanding temporal experience requires understanding consciousness itself in its essentially temporal character. The phenomenological tradition has also demonstrated the importance of attending carefully to the qualitative dimensions of temporal experience that quantitative temporal measurement cannot capture. The meaning, significance, and value that characterize lived temporality require descriptive approaches that remain faithful to temporal experience as it actually presents itself to consciousness. These phenomenological insights provide essential resources for understanding the relationship between subjective temporal experience and objective temporal reality that neither purely scientific nor purely philosophical approaches can achieve alone. Temporal reality involves both objective temporal structures and subjective temporal experience, and understanding their relationship requires methods that can do justice to both dimensions. Let these insights into the intimate reality of temporal consciousness carry you into peaceful rest, where the gentle rhythms of retention and pretension continue their quiet work of weaving experience into the flowing tapestry of lived time. In the space between waking and sleeping, consciousness continues its eternal work of creating temporal meaning from the endless flow of moments that constitute the very fabric of aware existence. Chapter 9. Time in Art, Literature, and Culture. In this gentle exploration of how human creativity has grappled with the mysteries of time, we turn our attention to the rich tapestry of artistic expression that has sought to capture, manipulate, and transcend the flow of moments. As you settle into the peaceful rhythm of aesthetic contemplation, allow your mind to drift through galleries and theaters, libraries and concert halls, where artists across cultures and centuries have wrestled with time's elusive nature through the concrete materials of their chosen media. The relationship between art and time presents a fascinating paradox that has challenged creators throughout human history. Art exists within duration, created through processes that unfold over hours or years and experienced across spans of attention. Yet it also seeks to transcend the moment, to capture eternal experiences, or to create lasting expressions that can speak across centuries to future audiences. This tension between being bound by time and reaching beyond it provides the creative energy that drives much artistic expression. Visual arts offer perhaps the most intriguing examples of how static media can represent the flow of experience and the passage of moments. A painting exists as a spatial object that can be viewed instantly, yet the greatest paintings create depth of meaning through techniques that suggest movement, sequence, and the unfolding of events within their fixed boundaries. Consider how Renaissance masters like Leonardo da Vinci created narratives within single paintings. The Last Supper captures a crucial moment in sequence, while also suggesting the relationships that led to this scene and the consequences that will follow from it. The spatial arrangement of figures creates meaning that unfolds as viewers trace visual relationships across the painted surface. The development of perspective in Western painting created new possibilities for representing depth by suggesting spatial recession that mirrors the recession of moments into past and future. Linear perspective creates spatial depth that can metaphorically represent the depth of memory and anticipation, allowing painters to suggest relationships between past, present, and future through spatial relationships. Baroque painting pushed these possibilities even further by creating dynamic compositions that suggest movement and change within static visual media. Artists like Caravaggio and Bernini created works that seemed to capture moments in the midst of transformation, freezing the flow of action in ways that paradoxically suggest its continuing movement. The invention of photography in the 19th century created new relationships between visual art and experience by providing mechanical means for capturing moments with unprecedented precision. Photography's relationship to duration differs fundamentally from paintings because photographs maintain direct connections to the specific moments they capture. Yet photography also revealed the complexity of representing fleeting experience by showing how captured moments can become disconnected from their original contexts. A photograph preserves an instant while also removing it from the flow of experience, creating a complex artifact that is simultaneously of its moment and outside of sequential flow. The development of cinema extended photography's possibilities by creating art forms that unfold through duration, while also manipulating experience through editing, montage, and narrative structure. Cinema became the first art form that could directly represent the flow of experience, while also creating new forms of perception that differ from ordinary consciousness. Film editing creates relationships that do not exist in ordinary experience by juxtaposing moments from different contexts. Montage techniques can compress years into minutes, or extend seconds into elaborate sequences, revealing the plasticity of perception, while also creating new forms of meaning through the manipulation of duration and sequence. Cinema's relationship to consciousness has proven particularly rich for analysis. Film viewing involves synthesis, similar to ordinary awareness, but operating according to different rules. The viewer must synthesize sequences created by editing, while also maintaining orientation within narrative frameworks that may span hours, days, or years of story events. The development of different cinematic techniques has revealed the diversity of possible experiences. Slow motion extends moments beyond their ordinary duration, creating experiences that allow detailed examination of rapid processes. Fast motion compresses extended sequences into brief intervals, creating experiences of accelerated flow and compressed development. Nonlinear narrative techniques in cinema have explored even more radical manipulations of sequential experience. Films like Citizen Kane and Pulp Fiction create narrative structures that differ from chronological sequence, requiring viewers to actively construct relationships from non-chronological presentations of events. Contemporary digital cinema has extended these possibilities even further by creating experiences that would be impossible with traditional cinematic techniques. Computer graphics can create illusions that completely transcend physical limitations, while virtual reality creates immersive environments that engage multiple sensory modalities simultaneously. Music provides perhaps the purest example of art that exists entirely through duration, without requiring spatial representation or conceptual content. Music exists as pattern made audible, creating experiences that can be extraordinarily complex while also remaining directly accessible to consciousness through hearing and feeling. The structure of musical experience involves multiple levels of organization, from basic rhythmic patterns to complex harmonic progressions to large-scale formal structures. These different levels interact to create musical experiences that can encompass everything from immediate rhythmic pleasure to elaborate architectural spanning hours of performance. Musical rhythm creates experiences that can coordinate with bodily rhythms, while also creating new patterns that extend bodily possibilities. Dance emerges from this coordination between musical patterns and bodily expression, creating art forms that integrate auditory and kinesthetic experience in unified wholes. Harmonic progression in Western tonal music creates experiences of tension and resolution that generate meaning through purely musical relationships. The movement from dissonance to consonance creates narratives that can suggest emotional development without requiring linguistic or visual representation. Large-scale musical forms like sonata form or fugue create architectural structures that allow composers to create complex experiences spanning extended durations. These musical structures provide frameworks for development that can accommodate elaborate variations while maintaining coherence across substantial spans of listening experience. The development of recording technology transformed musical experience by separating performance from creation and by allowing repetition of unique events. Recorded music exists in a complex relationship to original performance, while also creating new possibilities for musical experience through repeated listening and detailed study. Contemporary electronic music has extended musical possibilities by creating sounds and relationships that would be impossible with traditional acoustic instruments. Digital music production allows precise manipulation that can create entirely new forms of musical experience while also preserving and transforming traditional musical patterns. Literature provides another rich domain for exploring artistic representation of duration because literary experience involves complex relationships between reading experience, narrative presentation, and story events. These different dimensions interact to create literary experiences that can be extraordinarily sophisticated while remaining accessible to ordinary reading consciousness. Reading experience involves the duration required for reading literary texts, which can vary dramatically depending on reading speed, attention, and comprehension. This dimension of literary experience creates relationships between reader and text that affect literary meaning and literary pleasure in fundamental ways. Narrative presentation involves the sequence in which events are presented within literary texts, which may differ from the chronological sequence of story events. Literary techniques like flashback, foreshadowing, and nonlinear narration create complex relationships that require active synthesis from readers. Story events involve the duration and sequence of events within the fictional worlds created by literary texts. This dimension can range from brief moments to vast scales encompassing cosmic development, creating literary experiences that can transcend ordinary limitations of human lifespan and direct experience. The development of different literary techniques has revealed the plasticity of representation and experience. Stream of consciousness techniques create literary experiences that attempt to represent the flow of consciousness itself, blurring boundaries between internal experience and external representation. Modernist literary techniques like those developed by Joyce, Proust, and Woolf created revolutionary approaches to literary representation that challenged traditional assumptions about sequence and meaning. These experimental techniques revealed new possibilities for literary expression while also requiring new forms of consciousness from readers. Contemporary postmodern literature has extended these experiments even further by creating literary works that explicitly explore relationships between past, present, and future. Writers like Borges, Pynchon, and Calvino have created literary experiences that engage directly with philosophical and scientific concepts while remaining accessible to literary consciousness. Theater provides another distinctive approach to artistic representation because theatrical experience involves live interaction between performers and audiences within shared duration. Unlike literature or cinema, theater cannot separate artistic creation from artistic reception, creating unique relationships between artistic creation and artistic experience. The liveness of theater creates experiences that cannot be exactly repeated, even when the same play is performed multiple times. Each theatrical performance exists within its own unique context, while also participating in larger patterns created by repeated production of the same work. Theatrical techniques like simultaneous action, compression, and extension create theatrical experiences that can manipulate audience consciousness while maintaining connection to live performance. These techniques allow theater to create complex meanings while preserving immediacy and direct human connection. Contemporary experimental theater has explored radical techniques that challenge traditional assumptions about theatrical structure. Performance art and installation art have created experiences that can extend across days, weeks, or even longer durations, creating new relationships between artistic experience and ordinary life. Cultural festivals and ceremonies provide examples of collective artistic expression that creates shared experiences for entire communities. These cultural events often involve complex structures that coordinate multiple art forms, while also connecting contemporary experience to traditional patterns that may stretch back generations or centuries. Religious and secular ceremonies create experiences that can temporarily transform ordinary consciousness by creating sacred frameworks that operate according to different principles than everyday experience. These ceremonial experiences often involve repetition of traditional patterns that connect present experience to ancestral wisdom and community identity. Cultural calendar systems organize collective experience by creating frameworks that coordinate individual experience with social patterns. Holidays, festivals, and commemorative events create landmarks that give structure and meaning to collective experience while marking the passage of seasons and years. The arts also include practices like gardening, cooking, and craftsmanship that create experiences through practical engagement with natural processes. These practical arts often involve deep knowledge about natural rhythms and optimal coordination with environmental patterns that change with seasons and cycles. Traditional crafts often involve techniques that have been developed across generations of practice, creating knowledge that cannot be quickly acquired but requires extended engagement and apprenticeship. These traditional arts preserve wisdom while also creating experiences that connect contemporary life to historical practices and cultural inheritance. The digital revolution has created entirely new forms of artistic expression through interactive media, virtual reality, and networked experiences. These new art forms can create experiences that were impossible with traditional artistic media, while also raising new questions about authenticity and meaning in virtual environments. Video games create interactive experiences that combine elements of cinema, literature, and theater, while also requiring active participation from users. Gaming experience involves decision-making that affects outcomes, creating narratives that emerge from interaction rather than being predetermined by artistic design. Social media and networked art create collective artistic experiences that can involve participation from distributed communities. These networked arts can create experiences that span global networks, while also creating new forms of connection and sometimes alienation through digital mediation. Virtual and augmented reality technologies create immersive artistic experiences that can engage multiple sensory modalities, while also creating experiences that transcend physical limitations. These technologies offer unprecedented possibilities for artistic expression, while also raising questions about simulation and authenticity. The study of arts across different cultures reveals the diversity of approaches to artistic expression, while also suggesting universal patterns that characterize human creativity. Different cultural traditions have developed distinctive artistic techniques, while also sharing common concerns about meaning, beauty, and human experience. Eastern artistic traditions often emphasize practices like meditation, martial arts, and traditional ceremonies that integrate artistic expression with spiritual development. These traditions offer artistic approaches that differ from Western arts, while providing valuable wisdom for contemporary artistic practice. Indigenous artistic traditions often maintain practices that connect artistic expression to natural cycles and ancestral wisdom. These traditional arts offer perspectives that can enrich contemporary artistic understanding, while also preserving cultural knowledge that might otherwise be lost. Cross-cultural artistic exchange has created new hybrid art forms that combine techniques from different cultural traditions. These cross-cultural arts create experiences that transcend particular cultural limitations, while also raising questions about cultural appropriation and cultural authenticity. As we reach the conclusion of our exploration of time in art, literature, and culture, we can appreciate the remarkable diversity and creativity that human beings have brought to artistic expression across the centuries. From the earliest cave paintings that attempted to capture moments of human and animal life, to contemporary digital arts that create entirely new forms of experience, artistic creativity has continuously expanded the possibilities for expression and understanding. The arts reveal that duration is not simply a constraint within which artistic creation must operate, but rather a creative medium that offers infinite possibilities for exploration and innovation. Artistic creativity demonstrates the human capacity to transform limitation into opportunity and challenge into beauty. Perhaps most significantly, the arts provide experiences that can temporarily lift us beyond the ordinary concerns that dominate daily life. In moments of deep aesthetic engagement, we can experience relationships and meanings that reveal new possibilities for understanding and living. The arts also demonstrate the importance of community and sharing in artistic experience. While artistic creation often requires solitude and concentration, artistic meaning emerges through sharing with communities that can appreciate and extend artistic insights across generations and cultures. Rest in the gentle knowledge that artistic creativity continues its eternal work of transforming experience into beauty, creating meanings that can speak across boundaries to touch consciousness with insights that illuminate the mysterious relationships between existence and value. In the quiet space between artistic creation and reception, consciousness discovers new possibilities for inhabiting reality with greater wisdom and grace. Chapter 10. The Practical Philosophy of Time. In this gentle exploration of how philosophical insights about time connect to the lived reality of human existence, we turn our attention from abstract theoretical questions to the concrete ways that our understanding of time shapes daily choices, moral decisions, and the ongoing project of creating meaningful lives. As you settle into the peaceful rhythm of practical reflection, allow your mind to drift through the familiar landscapes of planning and remembering, hoping and regretting, where philosophy meets the immediate challenges of human existence. The practical philosophy of time emerges from the recognition that our theoretical understanding of duration, sequence, and flow inevitably shapes how we approach the fundamental questions of human life. How should we spend our limited days? What do we owe to past generations and future ones? How can we live well within the constraints of finite existence? These questions cannot be answered through abstract analysis alone, but require careful attention to how philosophical insights translate into practical wisdom. One of the most immediate practical questions about time concerns how we should understand and approach the planning of our lives. The recognition that human existence unfolds within limited duration creates both urgency and opportunity. We cannot do everything, experience everything, or become everything we might imagine. Yet, this very limitation gives weight and significance to the choices we do make. Different philosophical approaches to time suggest different strategies for life planning. If we embrace a presentist view that only the current moment truly exists, we might emphasize mindfulness and present moment awareness as the foundation for practical wisdom. The past has vanished, and the future remains unreal, so the only meaningful focus for attention and action lies in the immediate present. Yet a purely presentist approach to life planning faces obvious difficulties. Human flourishing seems to require some capacity to learn from past experience and to prepare for future challenges. Even if past and future lack the full reality of the present moment, they clearly matter for present decision-making in ways that purely present-focused approaches cannot easily accommodate. Alternative philosophical approaches suggest different practical orientations. The block universe theory, which treats all moments as equally real, might encourage a more comprehensive view of life planning that considers the entire span of existence as equally significant. From this perspective, childhood experiences, present activities, and future developments all participate equally in the reality of personal existence. This four-dimensional approach to personal identity suggests practical strategies that emphasize the coherence and integrity of entire life stories, rather than focusing primarily on present experiences or future goals. The question becomes not just what to do now or what to achieve tomorrow, but what kind of unified story to create across the full span of existence. Yet the block universe approach also faces practical challenges. If all moments of life are equally real, it becomes difficult to explain the apparent urgency of present decisions or the asymmetric relationships we seem to have with past and future. The fact that we can remember the past but not the future, and that we seem to influence the future but not the past, suggests practical asymmetries that pure four-dimensionalism struggles to accommodate. Phenomenological approaches to time offer yet another practical orientation by emphasizing the lived experience of duration and the active synthesis through which consciousness creates meaningful relationships between past, present, and future. From this perspective, practical wisdom involves developing skillful ways of inhabiting the flow of experience while remaining open to the possibilities that emerge within each moment. The phenomenological emphasis on retention and pretension suggests practical strategies that honor both memory and anticipation, while maintaining primary focus on the richness of present experience. This approach encourages neither pure presentism nor purely future-oriented planning, but rather a dynamic integration that allows past wisdom and future possibility to inform present engagement. These different philosophical orientations translate into different approaches to one of the most fundamental practical questions about time: how to balance security and spontaneity in daily life. The desire for security motivates detailed planning, careful preparation, and the accumulation of resources that can provide stability across uncertain futures. Yet excessive focus on security can diminish the capacity for spontaneous response to unexpected opportunities and changing circumstances. The desire for spontaneity motivates openness to unexpected possibilities, willingness to change direction when new information becomes available, and cultivation of flexibility in the face of changing circumstances. Yet excessive spontaneity can lead to a lack of preparation for predictable challenges and an inability to sustain long-term commitments that require persistent effort across extended periods. Different philosophical approaches to time suggest different ways of balancing these competing practical demands. Linear approaches to time that emphasize irreversible sequence might favor careful planning and systematic preparation as the best ways to navigate uncertain futures. Cyclical approaches that emphasize recurring patterns might favor flexibility and adaptation as more reliable strategies for long-term flourishing. The practical philosophy of time also addresses fundamental questions about moral responsibility and the relationships we have with our past actions and future consequences. How long do moral obligations persist? When do past mistakes cease to create present responsibilities? How should we weigh immediate moral demands against long-term moral consequences? Different theories about personal identity across time suggest different answers to these moral questions. If personal identity involves strict continuity of consciousness or memory, then moral responsibility might be limited to actions that can be consciously remembered and owned. Actions that have been forgotten, or that seem to belong to previous stages of personal development, might create diminished moral obligations. Alternative theories of personal identity that emphasize bodily continuity or narrative coherence suggest broader and more persistent forms of moral responsibility. Even forgotten actions might create ongoing moral obligations if they contributed to current circumstances, or if they remain part of the broader story of personal development. These questions about moral responsibility across time become particularly acute in legal contexts, where courts must determine appropriate responses to crimes committed years or decades earlier. Should the passage of time diminish legal responsibility? Do people who have changed significantly since committing crimes deserve different treatment than those who remain essentially unchanged? The practical philosophy of time also addresses questions about intergenerational justice and the moral relationships between different generations. What do present generations owe to past ones? What obligations do we have to future generations who do not yet exist? How should we weigh present costs against future benefits when making collective decisions about environmental protection, infrastructure investment, or scientific research? These intergenerational questions reveal the complexity of moral reasoning across extended periods. Future generations clearly cannot consent to present decisions that will affect their circumstances, yet they also cannot be consulted about their preferences or interests. This creates moral puzzles about representation and consent that purely present-focused moral theories struggle to address. Some approaches to intergenerational ethics emphasize rights-based frameworks that treat future persons as possessing moral claims that present persons must respect. From this perspective, environmental destruction or unsustainable resource consumption violates the rights of future generations regardless of their inability to protest or negotiate. Alternative approaches emphasize consequence-based frameworks that focus on promoting overall well-being across all affected generations. From this perspective, present decisions should be evaluated based on their total effects across all affected parties, including future ones, even if precise calculations of future costs and benefits remain impossible. Yet other approaches emphasize virtue-based frameworks that focus on what kinds of character traits and institutional practices best promote human flourishing across extended periods. From this perspective, the key question is not precisely what we owe to future generations, but what kinds of people and communities we should strive to become. The practical philosophy of time also addresses personal questions about aging, mortality, and the meaning of finite existence. How should the recognition of limited lifespan affect present choices and priorities? Does the inevitability of death diminish the significance of life, or does it enhance the preciousness of available experience? Different philosophical traditions offer markedly different practical advice about approaching mortality. Stoic approaches emphasize accepting the inevitability of death, while focusing attention on what remains within personal control. From this perspective, anxiety about death represents a waste of mental energy that could be better directed toward present virtue and present contribution. Epicurean approaches emphasize that death itself cannot be experienced and therefore cannot constitute a genuine harm to the person who dies. From this perspective, fear of death represents a conceptual confusion that can be dissolved through careful philosophical reflection about the nature of experience and personal identity. Existentialist approaches emphasize that the recognition of mortality creates the conditions within which authentic choice becomes possible. From this perspective, awareness of death provides the urgency and seriousness that transform mere preference into genuine commitment and mere activity into meaningful action. These different philosophical approaches to mortality suggest different practical strategies for approaching aging and the inevitable diminishment of capacities that accompanies later life. Should we focus primarily on maximizing present pleasure and minimizing present suffering? Should we emphasize the completion of projects and the fulfillment of long-term commitments? Should we prioritize the cultivation of wisdom and the transmission of valuable insights to younger generations? The practical philosophy of time also addresses questions about memory, forgetting, and the proper relationship to personal history. How much attention should we pay to past experiences? When is it appropriate to dwell on past successes or failures, and when is it better to focus attention on present opportunities and future possibilities? Some approaches to practical wisdom emphasize the importance of learning from past experience while avoiding excessive attachment to past identity or past achievement. From this perspective, memory serves its proper function when it provides guidance for present decision-making without creating rigid attachment to outdated self-concepts or obsolete strategies. Alternative approaches emphasize the importance of narrative coherence and the ongoing construction of meaningful life stories that integrate past experience with present activity and future aspiration. From this perspective, proper attention to memory involves actively constructing personal narratives that honor past experience while remaining open to revision and development. Yet other approaches emphasize the importance of forgiveness both of oneself and others as a practical strategy for maintaining psychological health and relational well-being across extended periods. From this perspective, the capacity to release resentment and regret represents a crucial life skill that becomes more important as personal history accumulates. The development of effective practices for managing attention across different scales of duration represents another crucial aspect of practical wisdom about time. Human consciousness naturally tends to focus on immediate concerns and short-term fluctuations, Yet many of the most important aspects of life unfold across much longer periods that require sustained attention and persistent effort. Developing the capacity to maintain focus on long-term goals while remaining responsive to short-term opportunities requires practical skills that can be cultivated through deliberate practice. These might include regular reflection on long-term priorities, systematic planning processes that break large goals into manageable steps, and mindfulness practices that enhance present-moment awareness without losing sight of larger purposes. The practical philosophy of time also addresses questions about work, leisure, and the proper distribution of attention across different types of activities. How much of life should be devoted to productive work, and how much to rest, play, and contemplation? How should we balance individual fulfillment with social contribution and family responsibilities? Different philosophical traditions offer different practical guidance about work and leisure. Some emphasize the intrinsic value of productive activity and the satisfaction that comes from contributing to human flourishing through skilled work. From this perspective, meaningful work provides not just economic security, but also personal identity and social connection. Alternative traditions emphasize the importance of leisure, contemplation, and non-productive activities that allow for personal development and spiritual growth. From this perspective, excessive focus on productive work can diminish the capacity for reflection, creativity, and deep relationship that constitute the most valuable aspects of human existence. Contemporary discussions about work-life balance often struggle to articulate clear principles for navigating these competing demands because they lack adequate philosophical frameworks for thinking about the relationship between different types of valuable activity across the lifespan. The practical philosophy of time also addresses questions about technology and the ways that technological innovation changes the practical challenges of living well within duration. Digital technologies create new possibilities for coordination and communication, while also creating new forms of distraction and fragmentation that can undermine sustained attention and deep engagement. The accelerating pace of technological change creates practical challenges about adaptation and learning that earlier generations did not face. How should we prepare for futures that may be dramatically different from present circumstances? How much effort should we invest in learning skills that may become obsolete, and how much should we focus on developing more general capacities that may remain valuable across changing circumstances? These technological challenges also raise questions about the relationship between individual practical wisdom and collective decision-making about technological development. Individual choices about technology use take place within larger social and economic systems that shape available options and create incentive structures that may not align with individual or collective well-being. The practical philosophy of time ultimately returns to fundamental questions about what constitutes human flourishing and how philosophical understanding can contribute to the ongoing project of creating meaningful lives within the constraints of finite existence. These questions cannot be answered once and for all but require ongoing reflection and adjustment as circumstances change and understanding deepens. Perhaps the most important practical insight from philosophical reflection about time is the recognition that how we think about duration, sequence, and flow inevitably shapes how we approach the concrete challenges of human existence. Practical wisdom about time involves not just managing schedules and meeting deadlines, but developing sophisticated understanding of the relationships between past, present, and future that inform all significant life decisions. This practical wisdom cannot be reduced to simple rules or techniques, but requires ongoing cultivation of judgment, sensitivity, and responsiveness to the complex and changing circumstances within which human life unfolds. The practical philosophy of time provides not answers but better questions. not solutions, but deeper appreciation of what is at stake in the daily choices through which we create the stories of our lives. The integration of philosophical insight with practical wisdom represents an ongoing challenge that each person must address within their own particular circumstances and cultural context. The universal human experience of living within duration creates shared challenges and shared opportunities, yet the specific ways these challenges arise and the specific resources available for addressing them vary dramatically across different social and historical contexts. Rest in the gentle recognition that practical wisdom about time emerges through the patient integration of philosophical reflection with lived experience, creating approaches to daily existence that honor both the theoretical insights about duration and flow while remaining responsive to the immediate demands of human flourishing. The practical philosophy of time offers not escape from the challenges of finite existence but deeper appreciation of the opportunities that emerge within the beautiful constraints of mortal life. Chapter 11. Contemporary Debates and Theories. In this peaceful exploration of how contemporary philosophers continue to wrestle with the deepest questions about time's nature, we turn our attention to the vibrant, ongoing discussions that connect ancient puzzles to cutting-edge insights from physics, cognitive science, and interdisciplinary research. As you settle into the gentle rhythm of intellectual discovery, allow your mind to drift through the sophisticated debates that shape current understanding while remaining rooted in the fundamental mysteries that have captivated human thinking for millennia. Contemporary philosophy of time represents a remarkable convergence of traditional philosophical methods with insights from empirical sciences, creating new possibilities for understanding while also revealing new depths of complexity in questions that seemed settled to earlier generations. The dialogue between pure philosophical analysis and scientific discovery has generated theoretical frameworks that neither purely conceptual nor purely empirical approaches could achieve alone. One of the most significant developments in contemporary discussions involves the growing recognition that time may be an emergent rather than fundamental feature of reality. This emergentist approach suggests that the flow of moments and the relationships between past, present, and future arise from more basic physical processes, rather than representing irreducible aspects of the universe's fundamental structure. Emergentist theories draw inspiration from developments in thermodynamics, information theory, and quantum mechanics that suggest ways temporal experience might emerge from underlying atemporal processes. If time emerges from more fundamental timeless relationships, then many traditional philosophical puzzles about duration and sequence might be dissolved, rather than solved, through careful analysis of emergence conditions. The thermodynamic approach to emergent time focuses on the second law of thermodynamics and the tendency for entropy to increase in isolated systems. This increase in disorder creates an arrow of time that distinguishes past from future, without requiring temporal flow to be fundamental. The psychological experience of temporal passage might emerge from the accumulation of irreversible thermodynamic processes, rather than reflecting basic features of reality's structure. Information theoretic approaches suggest that temporal experience emerges from the accumulation and processing of information within complex systems. The apparent flow of time might result from the way information propagates through networks rather than from any fundamental temporal properties. Consciousness creates temporal experience by integrating information across multiple timescales, creating the impression of flow from what is actually static informational structure. Quantum mechanical approaches to emergent time explore how measurement processes and decoherence might create temporal experience from underlying quantum mechanical processes that do not themselves involve temporal flow. The apparent irreversibility of quantum measurement might provide the foundation for temporal directionality, without requiring time to be fundamental. These emergentist approaches connect to broader developments in complexity science that reveal how higher-level properties can arise from lower-level interactions without being reducible to them. Temporal experience might represent a genuine emergent property that exists at the level of complex systems while being grounded in more basic atemporal processes. Yet emergentist theories also face significant challenges in explaining the apparent universality and objectivity of temporal experience. If time emerges only at certain levels of complexity, why does temporal experience seem so fundamental to all conscious beings? How can emergent temporal properties create the robust temporal relationships that physics describes through mathematical equations? Alternative contemporary approaches maintain that temporal flow represents a fundamental aspect of reality that cannot be reduced to emergent properties of complex systems. These fundamentalist theories argue that emergence cannot create genuinely new properties, but only reveal properties that were present in disguised forms at more basic levels. Neo-Aristotelian approaches to fundamental time emphasize potentiality and actualization as basic temporal processes that characterize reality at all levels. From this perspective, the flow of time involves the continuous actualization of potentials in ways that create genuine novelty and genuine temporal becoming. Process philosophy approaches, influenced by Alfred North Whitehead, treat temporal becoming as the most basic feature of reality. Every entity in the universe involves temporal processes of becoming that create its identity through temporal relationships with other becoming entities. Time is not something in which things exist, but rather the way things become themselves through temporal relationships. These fundamentalist approaches offer robust accounts of temporal objectivity and temporal universality, but they face challenges from scientific theories that treat temporal relationships as derivative from more basic spatial or geometric relationships. The success of relativistic physics in describing temporal phenomena through geometric methods suggests that spatial relationships might be more fundamental than temporal ones. Contemporary debates about the direction of time represent another area of intense philosophical investigation. While most contemporary theories accept that temporal relationships are objective features of reality, there remains significant disagreement about what creates temporal directionality, and whether this directionality is fundamental or emergent. The thermodynamic arrow of time based on entropy increase provides the most widely accepted scientific account of temporal directionality. This approach explains temporal asymmetry through statistical mechanical principles that make entropy decrease extraordinarily unlikely in systems with many components. The temporal directionality we observe results from special initial conditions, rather than from fundamental temporal asymmetries. Yet, the thermodynamic approach faces puzzles about the origin of low-entropy initial conditions that make entropy increase possible. Why did the universe begin in a highly ordered state that allows for entropy increase? This problem connects temporal directionality to cosmological questions about the ultimate origin and structure of physical reality. Alternative approaches to temporal directionality emphasize causal relationships rather than thermodynamic ones. The causal arrow of time suggests that temporal directionality emerges from asymmetric causal relationships that typically propagate from past to future. This causal asymmetry might be more fundamental than thermodynamic asymmetry. Yet causal approaches face their own challenges in explaining what makes causal relationships asymmetric if temporal relationships are not already asymmetric. The attempt to ground temporal directionality in causal asymmetry may be circular if causal asymmetry presupposes temporal asymmetry. Cosmological approaches to temporal directionality connect temporal asymmetry to the expanding universe and the specific initial conditions that characterize our cosmic epoch. The Big Bang created highly ordered initial conditions from which complexity and structure have gradually emerged, creating a cosmic temporal arrow that provides objective temporal directionality. These cosmological approaches suggest that temporal directionality might be contingent rather than necessary, depending on specific features of our particular universe, rather than representing universal features of all possible realities. Different cosmic histories might create different temporal arrows, or no temporal arrow at all. Contemporary discussions of temporal ontology have also been enriched by developments in formal logic and metaphysics that provide new tools for analyzing temporal concepts with unprecedented precision. Temporal logic has developed sophisticated methods for reasoning about temporal relationships, temporal operators, and temporal quantification that reveal previously hidden complexities in temporal reasoning. Modal logic approaches to temporal ontology analyze temporal concepts through possible worlds frameworks that treat temporal relationships as relationships between possible states of affairs. These approaches offer elegant treatments of temporal contingency and temporal necessity while connecting temporal metaphysics to broader questions about modality and possibility. The development of four-dimensionalist metaphysics has provided systematic frameworks for understanding persistence across time that connect temporal ontology to broader questions about the nature of objects and properties. Four-dimensionalism treats temporal persistence as analogous to spatial extension, with objects having temporal parts at different times just as they have spatial parts at different locations. Yet four-dimensionalism faces challenges from intuitive beliefs about persistence and identity that seem to require three-dimensional objects that are wholly present at each moment of their existence. The debate between four-dimensionalist and three-dimensionalist approaches to persistence connects temporal metaphysics to fundamental questions about the nature of objects and their properties. Contemporary philosophy of time has also been enriched by detailed engagement with empirical research in psychology and cognitive neuroscience that reveals the mechanisms underlying temporal perception and temporal consciousness. These empirical discoveries provide new data that philosophical theories must accommodate, while also raising questions about the relationship between temporal experience and temporal reality. Research on temporal perception has revealed that consciousness creates temporal experience through complex information processing that operates across multiple timescales simultaneously. The perception of temporal duration, temporal sequence, and temporal simultaneity involves sophisticated neural mechanisms that can be disrupted by various forms of brain damage or pharmacological intervention. The discovery of neural timing mechanisms suggests that temporal experience involves biological clocks that operate according to specific neural rhythms rather than simply reflecting external temporal relationships. These internal timing mechanisms create temporal experiences that can diverge significantly from objective temporal measurement. Yet these empirical discoveries remain open to multiple philosophical interpretations. Some philosophers argue that the neural basis of temporal experience undermines claims about objective temporal reality by showing that temporal experience is constructed rather than perceived. Others maintain that neural temporal mechanisms provide the means by which consciousness accesses objective temporal relationships. The relationship between temporal consciousness and temporal reality represents one of the deepest unresolved problems in contemporary philosophy of time. How does subjective temporal experience relate to objective temporal relationships? Can consciousness provide reliable access to temporal reality, or does it systematically distort temporal relationships through its own temporal processing? Phenomenological approaches emphasize the irreducible character of temporal consciousness and argue that subjective temporal experience provides the foundation for all other temporal concepts. From this perspective, objective temporal relationships are abstractions from lived temporal experience, rather than more basic realities that temporal consciousness attempts to represent. Naturalistic approaches emphasize the continuity between temporal consciousness and other natural processes, arguing that temporal experience represents one way that complex physical systems respond to temporal relationships in their environments. From this perspective, temporal consciousness provides partial but reliable access to objective temporal relationships. Contemporary debates about temporal experience have also been enriched by cross-cultural research that reveals significant variation in temporal concepts and temporal practices across different societies. This cultural variation raises questions about the universality of temporal concepts and the relationship between temporal cognition and temporal reality. Some researchers argue that cultural variation in temporal concepts undermines claims about universal temporal structures by showing that different societies organize temporal experience in fundamentally different ways. If temporal concepts are culturally relative, then philosophical theories about temporal reality may reflect particular cultural perspectives rather than universal truths. Alternative approaches maintain that cultural variation in temporal concepts occurs within universal constraints imposed by temporal reality itself. From this perspective, different cultures develop different ways of representing universal temporal relationships, rather than creating different temporal realities through different conceptual schemes. The development of artificial intelligence and computational approaches to temporal reasoning has also contributed new perspectives to contemporary temporal philosophy. Machine learning systems that process temporal information provide new models for understanding temporal cognition, while also raising questions about the relationship between temporal processing and temporal consciousness. Some researchers argue that computational temporal processing provides adequate models for understanding temporal consciousness without requiring any special temporal properties that distinguish conscious from non-conscious temporal processing. From this perspective, temporal consciousness involves sophisticated temporal computation that could in principle be implemented in artificial systems. Alternative approaches maintain that temporal consciousness involves qualitative aspects of temporal experience that cannot be captured by computational temporal processing alone. The felt experience of temporal flow, the sense of present immediacy, and the emotional significance of temporal relationships may require forms of consciousness that purely computational systems cannot achieve. Contemporary philosophy of time is also engaged with developments in quantum mechanics that suggest new possibilities for understanding temporal relationships at fundamental physical levels. Quantum mechanical phenomena like entanglement, superposition, and measurement raise questions about temporal locality and temporal determinism that challenge classical assumptions about temporal relationships. Some interpretations of quantum mechanics suggest that temporal relationships may be observer-dependent or measurement-dependent in ways that undermine objective temporal reality. If quantum measurement creates temporal relationships rather than revealing pre-existing ones, then temporal reality may be more constructed and less objective than classical physics assumed. Alternative interpretations maintain that quantum mechanical phenomena occur within objective temporal frameworks that are not affected by measurement processes. From this perspective, quantum mechanics reveals new complexities in temporal relationships without undermining the objectivity of temporal reality itself. The relationship between quantum mechanics and general relativity represents one of the deepest unresolved problems in contemporary physics, with significant implications for temporal philosophy. The unification of quantum mechanics and relativity theory may require fundamental revisions to concepts of space and time that would transform philosophical temporal understanding. String theory, loop quantum gravity, and other approaches to quantum gravity suggest that space and time may have discrete atomic structures at the smallest scales, or may emerge from more fundamental non-spatiotemporal relationships. These speculative developments suggest that future physics may reveal temporal relationships to be even more complex and counterintuitive than current theories suggest. Contemporary environmental philosophy has also contributed new perspectives to temporal debates by emphasizing the relationship between human temporal experience and natural temporal cycles. Climate change, species extinction, and other environmental challenges reveal the consequences of temporal mismatches between human decision-making and natural temporal processes. These environmental temporal problems suggest the need for new forms of temporal wisdom that can coordinate human temporal experience with natural temporal rhythms across much longer timescales than ordinary human temporal planning typically encompasses. The development of sustainable temporal practices may require philosophical frameworks that can integrate individual temporal experience with ecological temporal relationships. The recognition of anthropogenic climate change has also raised new questions about temporal responsibility and temporal justice that challenge traditional assumptions about moral agency across extended temporal scales. How should present moral agents respond to past environmental damage? What obligations do present generations have to prevent future environmental catastrophe? These environmental temporal questions connect to broader discussions about temporal ethics and the moral significance of temporal relationships. Contemporary moral philosophy has developed sophisticated frameworks for thinking about temporal moral responsibility, temporal rights, and temporal justice that extend traditional moral concepts across complex temporal relationships. As we approach the conclusion of our exploration of contemporary debates and theories about time, we can appreciate both the remarkable sophistication and the persistent mysteries that characterize current temporal philosophy. The integration of traditional philosophical methods with empirical research has created new possibilities for understanding, while also revealing new depths of complexity in fundamental temporal questions. Contemporary temporal philosophy demonstrates the continuing vitality of ancient questions, while also showing how new theoretical tools and empirical discoveries can illuminate previously hidden aspects of temporal reality. The dialogue between philosophy and science continues to generate insights that neither purely conceptual nor purely empirical approaches could achieve alone. Perhaps most significantly, contemporary temporal philosophy has revealed the intimate connections between temporal understanding and virtually every other area of philosophical investigation. Questions about time connect to questions about consciousness, causation, personal identity, moral responsibility, scientific explanation, and the ultimate nature of reality in ways that make temporal philosophy central to philosophical inquiry more generally. The persistence of fundamental disagreements about temporal reality also reveals the depth and complexity of temporal questions that resist easy resolution. The continued vitality of multiple competing approaches suggests that temporal reality may be sufficiently rich and complex that no single theoretical framework can capture its full nature. Rest in the appreciation that contemporary temporal philosophy continues the ancient human project of seeking wisdom about time's mysterious nature while remaining open to the new insights and new questions that emerge from ongoing inquiry. The contemporary debates we have explored tonight demonstrate both how much human understanding has progressed and how much mystery remains in the fundamental questions about duration, sequence, and flow that shape every moment of conscious existence. Chapter 12. Time Reconsidered. Connections, Reflections, and the Future. In this gentle culmination of our journey through the philosophy of time, we gather together the diverse threads of understanding we have explored, while opening our minds to the continuing mysteries that await future investigation. As you settle into the peaceful rhythm of synthesis and reflection, Allow your consciousness to drift through the rich landscape of insights we have encountered, seeing how ancient wisdom connects to contemporary discoveries, and how theoretical understanding illuminates the lived experience of duration and flow. Our exploration has taken us from the mythological origins of human thinking about time through the sophisticated analytical frameworks of contemporary philosophy, revealing both the remarkable progress human understanding has achieved and the enduring depths of mystery that remain. The journey itself demonstrates something profound about time's nature: how understanding develops through duration, how insights accumulate across generations, and how past wisdom continues to inform present inquiry. The connections between different approaches to understanding time reveal the multifaceted character of our relationship with duration and sequence. Physical time, as revealed through scientific investigation, provides precise mathematical frameworks for describing and predicting natural phenomena. Psychological time, as explored through phenomenological analysis, reveals the rich synthesis through which consciousness creates meaningful experience from the flow of moments. Cultural time, as expressed through diverse human traditions, demonstrates the creativity with which different societies have organized collective life around various rhythms and cycles. These different dimensions of time are not separate realities, but interconnected aspects of a complex phenomenon that requires multiple approaches for adequate understanding. Physical time provides the objective foundation that constrains all other forms of experience, yet it cannot capture the meaning and significance that characterize lived duration. Psychological time creates the subjective foundation through which all temporal relationships become accessible to consciousness, yet it operates within objective constraints that shape its possibilities. Cultural time provides the social frameworks that coordinate individual experience while connecting personal duration to collective memory and shared aspiration. The recognition of these interconnections suggests that future progress in understanding time will require continued dialogue between different approaches rather than the dominance of any single perspective. Scientific investigation provides essential insights about the physical foundations of duration and sequence, but it cannot replace philosophical reflection about meaning and value. Philosophical analysis reveals conceptual structures and logical relationships that empirical research cannot directly observe, but it must remain responsive to scientific discoveries about the natural world. This interdisciplinary approach to time reflects broader developments in contemporary intellectual life that emphasize collaboration between different fields of inquiry. The complexity of temporal phenomena exceeds what any single discipline can fully comprehend, requiring theoretical frameworks that can integrate insights from physics, psychology, neuroscience, anthropology, and other areas of research. The historical development of thinking about time also reveals patterns that may continue to characterize future developments. Each major advance in temporal understanding has typically emerged from the encounter between established theoretical frameworks and new empirical discoveries or conceptual innovations. The synthesis of Greek philosophical analysis with Christian theological concerns created medieval temporal philosophy. The encounter between medieval synthesis and scientific revolution created modern temporal understanding. The integration of modern philosophy with contemporary scientific discoveries continues to generate new possibilities for temporal theory. These historical patterns suggest that future advances in temporal understanding will likely emerge from similar encounters between established frameworks and new developments in science, technology, or conceptual analysis. The current dialogue between philosophy and quantum mechanics, between temporal theory and artificial intelligence research, between individual temporal consciousness and global environmental challenges, all represent potential sources of future theoretical innovation. The persistence of fundamental disagreements about time's nature also suggests that future temporal understanding will continue to involve multiple competing approaches, rather than converging on a single unified theory. The debates between dynamic and static theories of time, between emergent and fundamental approaches to temporal reality, between reductive and irreducible accounts of temporal consciousness, all address questions that may be too complex for simple resolution. This theoretical pluralism reflects the genuine complexity of temporal phenomena, rather than indicating failure in temporal inquiry. Time may be sufficiently rich and multifaceted. The different theoretical approaches capture different aspects of temporal reality, without any single approach providing complete understanding. The continued vitality of multiple research programs suggests that temporal reality exceeds what any single theoretical framework can encompass. Yet this pluralism should not be confused with relativism about temporal truth. The fact that different approaches offer different insights does not mean that all approaches are equally valid, or that temporal reality lacks objective structure. The constraints imposed by logical consistency, empirical adequacy, and practical effectiveness provide objective standards for evaluating temporal theories, even when multiple theories can meet these standards simultaneously. The practical implications of temporal understanding represent another area where connections between different approaches prove essential. The insights we have explored about the nature of duration, sequence, and flow have direct relevance for addressing practical challenges in individual life, social organization, and global coordination. Individual practical wisdom about time benefits from integration of insights about the objective structure of duration with understanding of subjective temporal experience and awareness of cultural temporal patterns. Effective life planning requires understanding of physical constraints and opportunities, while remaining sensitive to the qualitative dimensions of experience and the social contexts within which individual life unfolds. Social temporal coordination faces similar challenges of integrating different levels of temporal organization. Successful institutions must coordinate individual temporal experience while accommodating cultural temporal diversity and responding to objective temporal constraints imposed by natural processes and technological systems. Global challenges like climate change, resource management, and technological coordination require temporal frameworks that can integrate individual decision-making with collective action across unprecedented spatial and temporal scales. These challenges may require new forms of temporal wisdom that extend traditional temporal understanding to encompass planetary temporal relationships. The development of artificial intelligence and digital technologies creates new possibilities for temporal coordination while also raising new questions about the relationship between natural and artificial temporal processing. Machine learning systems that can process temporal information at superhuman speeds may augment human temporal capabilities while also potentially creating new forms of temporal alienation or temporal dependence. Virtual and augmented reality technologies create possibilities for temporal experience that transcend natural temporal constraints while potentially disrupting traditional temporal rhythms that may be essential for psychological and social well-being. The development of healthy relationships with these technologies may require temporal wisdom that can distinguish between beneficial and harmful applications of temporal manipulation. The globalization of human activity creates unprecedented challenges for temporal coordination across different cultural temporal traditions. The emergence of global temporal standards enables coordination and efficiency, while potentially threatening temporal diversity that may be essential for cultural vitality and adaptive flexibility. These practical challenges suggest that future temporal understanding must integrate theoretical insights with practical wisdom in ways that can address specific challenges while preserving valuable aspects of traditional temporal practices. This integration requires ongoing dialogue between theoretical and practical approaches to temporal understanding. The educational implications of temporal understanding represent another area where theoretical insights connect to practical applications. Understanding how temporal consciousness develops, how temporal concepts are acquired, and how temporal skills are cultivated has direct relevance for designing educational approaches that can enhance temporal literacy and temporal wisdom. Traditional educational approaches often assume, rather than developing temporal skills like planning, coordination, patience, and long-term thinking. Future educational approaches might explicitly cultivate temporal capacities that are essential for individual flourishing and social cooperation, but that do not develop automatically without deliberate cultivation. The therapeutic implications of temporal understanding also deserve attention, as research reveals connections between temporal experience and psychological well-being. Disorders of temporal consciousness, difficulties with temporal planning, and maladaptive temporal orientations contribute to various forms of psychological distress that might be addressed through interventions informed by temporal understanding. Contemplative practices from various traditions offer approaches to temporal experience that can enhance present moment awareness while maintaining appropriate engagement with past and future. These practices suggest that temporal wisdom involves not just theoretical understanding, but also cultivated capacities for inhabiting duration skillfully. The aesthetic implications of temporal understanding connect to ongoing developments in artistic expression that experiment with new forms of temporal representation and temporal experience. Digital technologies enable artistic temporal manipulation that was previously impossible, while also raising questions about temporal authenticity and temporal meaning in artistic expression. The development of new art forms that can represent complex temporal relationships may contribute to temporal understanding by creating experiential access to temporal concepts that purely theoretical analysis cannot provide. Artistic temporal exploration may reveal aspects of temporal experience that other approaches cannot capture. The spiritual implications of temporal understanding connect to perennial questions about the relationship between finite temporal existence and ultimate reality that transcends temporal limitations. Different religious and spiritual traditions offer various approaches to temporal transcendence that may contribute insights to philosophical temporal understanding. The relationship between temporal experience and spiritual development suggests that temporal wisdom involves not just intellectual understanding, but also cultivated capacities for experiencing temporal relationships in ways that enhance meaning, compassion, and wisdom. These spiritual dimensions of temporal understanding may prove essential for addressing the existential challenges that accompany increased longevity and expanded temporal horizons. The environmental implications of temporal understanding become increasingly urgent as human activity affects planetary temporal processes on unprecedented scales. Climate change represents a massive disruption of natural temporal cycles that requires human temporal understanding capable of coordinating short-term decision-making with long-term environmental consequences. The development of sustainable temporal practices may require fundamental changes in how human societies organize temporal experience around consumption, production, and reproduction. These changes may require temporal wisdom that can integrate individual temporal well-being with ecological temporal relationships across much longer timescales than traditional human temporal planning typically encompasses. The cosmic implications of temporal understanding connect to ongoing developments in cosmology and astronomy that reveal the temporal structure of the universe on the largest scales. The recognition that human temporal experience occurs within cosmic temporal processes that span billions of years creates new contexts for understanding the significance of individual and collective temporal existence. Future space exploration and potential contact with non-terrestrial intelligence may reveal alternative approaches to temporal experience that challenge anthropocentric assumptions about temporal consciousness and temporal organization. These encounters might expand temporal understanding in ways that are currently impossible to anticipate. The technological implications of temporal understanding extend beyond current digital technologies to speculative possibilities like time travel, temporal manipulation, or radical life extension that may transform the conditions within which temporal understanding develops. These technological possibilities raise questions about temporal identity, temporal responsibility, and temporal meaning that current temporal philosophy can only begin to address. The development of technologies that can significantly extend human lifespan may require new approaches to temporal meaning that can accommodate temporal existence spanning centuries or millennia. These extended temporal horizons may require temporal wisdom that differs qualitatively from approaches developed for normal human lifespans. As we approach the conclusion of our exploration of time and its philosophical dimensions, we can appreciate both the remarkable achievements and the continuing mysteries that characterize human temporal understanding. Our journey has revealed the sophistication that human thinking about time has achieved, while also demonstrating the depth of questions that remain open for future investigation. The insights we have encountered suggest that time represents one of the most fundamental aspects of reality, while also being one of the most mysterious. Every approach to temporal understanding reveals new complexities and new questions that expand rather than exhaust the domain of temporal inquiry. This inexhaustibility suggests that temporal understanding will continue to develop and evolve as long as conscious beings continue to exist within duration and to reflect on their temporal experience. The connections we have traced between different approaches to temporal understanding suggest that future progress will continue to require integration of insights from multiple perspectives rather than the dominance of any single approach. The complexity of temporal phenomena demands theoretical frameworks that can accommodate this complexity while remaining coherent and practical. Perhaps most importantly, our exploration has revealed that understanding time is not simply an intellectual exercise, but an essential aspect of wisdom about how to live well within the conditions of finite existence. Temporal understanding shapes how we approach every significant question about meaning, value, responsibility, and human flourishing. The temporal dimension of human existence creates both the constraints and the opportunities within which conscious life unfolds. Understanding these temporal relationships enhances our capacity to navigate the challenges and realize the possibilities that emerge within the flow of experience. Temporal wisdom represents not just knowledge about time but cultivated skill in inhabiting temporal existence with greater awareness, compassion, and effectiveness. Rest now in the gentle recognition that temporal understanding represents an ongoing human achievement that connects individual consciousness to the largest scales of cosmic development, while remaining grounded in the intimate experience of duration that characterizes each moment of awareness. The journey through temporal understanding reveals both how much human consciousness can comprehend and how much mystery remains in the fundamental conditions that make conscious existence possible.